Welcome, dear listener, to a quiet journey into the sacred grove of ancient oaks, a place where even the great wizard Merlin comes to rediscover the most powerful magic of all, the magic of true rest. If you are new here, you are warmly invited to subscribe and turn on notifications so you may return whenever you need these peaceful stories. Your presence and support allow us to continue creating calm, healing spaces like this one. Tonight's experience is something special. You will hear 3 individual stories, each complete in itself, yet gently connected like stones placed along a flowing river. You may listen to all 3 together for a longer, deeper rest, or allow yourself to enjoy one story at a time across different nights. However you choose, Merlin will remain your quiet guide, leading you steadily toward restorative sleep. Across these 3 stories, you will walk beside the legendary wizard as he enters an ancient forest in search of something long forgotten. Not power, not knowledge, but peace, clarity, and the quiet wisdom of knowing when to rest. You will meet the grandfather oak, whose deep roots carry 1,000 years of calm understanding. You will drink from the whispering spring, where truth is revealed with kindness and ease. You will gaze upon the circle of stars and gently remember your place within the vast, breathing universe. And you will witness a quiet transformation as even the mightiest wizard learns that true strength is not found in endless endurance, but in the ability to pause, soften, and heal. Now, take a moment to make yourself comfortable. Adjust your pillows. Draw your blankets closer. Allow your body to fully settle into the surface beneath you. Take a slow, gentle breath in, and as you breathe out, release whatever you've been carrying today. The tension, the worry, the heaviness. You are safe here. You are held. And for the next little while, you have nothing to do, nowhere to go, and nothing to become. Your only task is to rest, to listen, to drift. The sacred grove is waiting. Merlin is ready to guide you, and your journey into deep, peaceful, healing sleep begins now. The evening air was cool and fragrant as Merlin walked the ancient paths he had walked for centuries. His staff tapped rhythmically against the worn stones, a sound as familiar to him as his own heartbeat. The world around him was settling into twilight, that liminal time between day and night when magic flows most freely and the boundaries between realms grow thin. He had left his tower at dawn, drawn by a feeling he had learned long ago never to ignore. A pull, a calling. The sacred grove was reaching out to him, and when the grove called, even the greatest of wizards answered. Merlin's midnight blue robes flowed behind him as he walked, embroidered with silver stars that seemed to shift and move in patterns that defied the eye's attempt to track them. His white beard, long and carefully kept, moved gently in a breeze that touched nothing else around him. To any observer, he would have appeared as he always did, ageless, powerful, serene. But beneath that exterior, Merlin carried something he rarely acknowledged even to himself: weariness. Not the simple tiredness of a body needing rest. His body, sustained by centuries of magical practice and careful study, rarely troubled him. No, this was a deeper exhaustion. The weariness that comes from living too long, seeing too much, carrying the weight of too much knowledge and too many memories. He had walked the earth for more years than most civilizations had existed. He had advised kings who are now dust. He had witnessed empires rise to glory and crumble into forgotten ruins. He had loved and lost, learned and taught, built and destroyed. And through it all, he had remained constant, unchanging. The wizard who never aged, never faltered, never showed weakness. But even wizards need rest. The path he walked led him away from the concerns of the human world, away from the kingdoms and their endless politics, away from the students who sought his wisdom and the rulers who demanded his counsel. Here, in the wild places between civilizations, the old magic still thrived. Here, he could set down his burdens, at least for a time. The landscape around him began to change as he walked. The scattered trees of the open countryside gradually grew denser, taller, older. The path, which had been clear and well-traveled, became narrower, less defined. Grass gave way to moss. Sunlight gave way to shade. Merlin felt the shift in the air as he approached the boundary. There was a threshold here, invisible but unmistakable to those who knew how to sense such things. On one side lay the ordinary world with all its noise and demands. On the other side lay the sacred grove, a place outside normal time, beyond mundane concerns. He paused at the threshold, as courtesy demanded. One did not simply barge into sacred spaces, not even when one had been invited, especially not when one had been invited. "Old friends," he said softly, addressing the ancient oaks that marked the grove's boundary, "I have heard your call. I come seeking what you have offered freely for 1,000 years. Will you welcome me once more?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the trees seemed to lean inward slightly, their branches creating an archway over the path. A wordless welcome. An invitation accepted. Merlin smiled and stepped across the threshold. The change was immediate and profound. The sounds of the outside world, sounds he had stopped consciously noticing centuries ago, simply vanished. The distant call of human voices, the far-off clatter of cartwheels on stone, the subtle hum of civilization, gone, replaced by a silence so complete it was almost tangible. But it was not an empty silence. It was full, rich, alive with the presence of growing things, of ancient consciousness, of magic so old it had become indistinguishable from nature itself. Merlin's shoulders, which he hadn't realized were tense, began to drop. His breathing, shallow from years of unconscious guardedness, began to deepen. Even his grip on his staff loosened slightly. He was home, or as close to home as an eternal wanderer could claim. The path before him was carpeted with countless years of fallen leaves. They didn't crunch beneath his feet, but compressed softly, welcoming each step. The massive oak trees that lined the path stood like pillars in a cathedral, their trunks so wide that even Merlin, with his considerable height and reach, could not have circled them with his arms. He knew these trees, had known them for centuries. Some of them had been ancient when he first discovered this grove as a much younger man, barely beginning to understand the depths of his own power. They had witnessed his transformation from ambitious student to powerful wizard to the weary sage he had become. And they remembered. As Merlin walked, he reached out with one hand, letting his fingers brush against the bark of a particularly massive oak. Warmth flooded through his palm, and with it came recognition, welcome, and something else, concern. The tree had sensed his weariness. "Yes, old friend," Merlin murmured, "I am tired, more tired than I have been in many long years. The world grows heavier, or perhaps I simply grow less able to carry it. Either way, I have come seeking what you have always provided: peace, rest, renewal." The tree's response was not in words but in sensation, a wave of reassurance, an offering of support, a promise that what he sought would be given freely. Merlin continued walking, and with each step he felt layers beginning to peel away. The mask of the all-knowing wizard, the armor of infallibility, the burden of being the one everyone turned to, the one who always had answers, the one who never showed doubt or fear or weakness. Here, in the sacred grove, he could be simply Merlin, not a legend, not a teacher, not a guide or protector or font of wisdom, just a soul ancient and weary, seeking rest. The path curved gently through the grove, and Merlin followed it without thought. He had walked this way so many times that his feet knew it by instinct. The grove breathed around him, a subtle rhythm that seemed to match his own heartbeat. The rustle of leaves high overhead, the creak of ancient wood, the whisper of small creatures moving through the undergrowth. And beneath it all, that deep humming note, the song of the earth itself. Merlin had always been able to hear that song more clearly than most. It was part of what made him what he was. But in the ordinary world, it was drowned out by so much noise. Here it was pure, clear, undiluted. He closed his eyes for a moment as he walked, trusting the path to guide his feet, and simply listened. Let the song wash over him. Let it remind him of truths he sometimes forgot in the chaos of the human world. That magic was not about power, but about connection. That wisdom was not about knowing everything, but about understanding the limits of knowledge. That strength was not about never breaking, but about breaking and healing, over and over, for as long as breath remained. When he opened his eyes again, tears had formed at their corners. He let them fall without shame. The grove had seen him weep before. It would see him weep again. The path began to descend slightly, and the light grew softer, filtered through so many layers of leaves that it became a gentle twilight glow. Neither day nor night. A time between times, a space between spaces. And then the path opened into the clearing, and Merlin stopped, as he always did, to simply look. The grandfather oak. No matter how many times he saw it, the sight never failed to move him. The tree was colossal, ancient beyond ancient. Its trunk had to be 30 feet across, perhaps more. Its bark was silvered with age, deeply furrowed, covered in swirling patterns that Merlin had spent decades trying to decipher before finally accepting that some mysteries were meant to remain mysterious. The branches spread in all directions, creating a canopy that sheltered the entire clearing and beyond. Some of those branches were as thick as normal trees, and Merlin knew from long experience that they were strong enough to support his weight, had supported it many times when he had climbed into them seeking different perspectives. The clearing around the tree was carpeted with grass so soft and green it seemed to glow. Moonlight, though the sun had not yet fully set, poured down through a perfect opening in the canopy above, bathing the great tree in silver radiance. Merlin crossed the clearing slowly, reverently. This was not just a tree. It was more. A consciousness, a presence, a being that had lived for over 1,000 years and would likely live for thousands more. When he reached the trunk, he didn't immediately touch it. Instead, he stood before it, staff planted beside him, and spoke. "Grandfather," he said, his voice carrying both respect and affection, "I have returned. The weight of years grows heavy, and I find myself in need of what you have always so generously provided. Will you share your peace with me once more?" For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the bark before him began to glow. Faintly at first, then brighter, a warm golden light that spread outward like luminous sap flowing through ancient wood. An answer, an invitation, a blessing. Merlin placed both hands flat against the bark, and the response was immediate and overwhelming. Warmth flooded through his palms, but it was so much more than simple heat. It was life force. Pure, concentrated vitality flowing from a being that had lived for over a millennium. The sensation traveled up his arms, across his shoulders, down through his chest, spreading until it filled his entire being. And with the warmth came peace, deep, unshakable peace. The kind that exists at the core of all things, beneath the chaos and noise of the surface world. The kind that Merlin had spent centuries teaching others to find, but so rarely allowed himself to fully receive. His eyes closed involuntarily, his breathing deepened, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, the constant stream of thoughts in his mind, the calculations and concerns and contingencies and plans, simply stopped. There was just this moment, this tree, this peace. Behind his closed eyelids, Merlin began to see visions, not prophecies or warnings or mystical revelations, simply memories. He saw himself as a young man, barely more than a boy, discovering this grove for the first time. His master, long since passed into legend, had brought him here, teaching him that true power came not from force, but from connection, from understanding, from respect for the ancient magics that had existed long before humans walked the earth. He saw himself returning to the grove throughout the centuries, after victories that had left him hollowed out rather than triumphant, after losses that had nearly broken him, after moments of such profound loneliness that he had wondered if immortality was a gift or a curse. And each time, the grandfather oak had welcomed him, had offered its peace without judgment. had reminded him that even the greatest wizard was still, at core, simply a soul seeking rest. The visions faded gradually, gently, leaving Merlin standing with his hands still pressed against the ancient bark, tears streaming freely down his face now, soaking into his white beard. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you, old friend." The warmth pulsed once more, a final reassurance, and then Merlin slowly lowered his hands. He felt different, lighter, as if invisible chains he had been wearing for decades had just fallen away. The weariness was still there. He would be honest about that, but it no longer felt crushing. It felt manageable, bearable, part of the journey rather than the end of it. Merlin moved to sit at the base of the grandfather oak, settling himself against one of the massive roots. The bark, which should have been hard and uncomfortable, felt instead like the most perfect support. The tree curved around him protectively, holding him safe. He laid his staff across his lap and simply breathed. In the ordinary world, people constantly sought his attention, his wisdom, his power. Here, nothing was required of him. He could simply be. Above him, through the opening in the canopy, stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky. One by one, they emerged from the twilight, diamonds scattered across velvet. Merlin watched them with the eyes of someone who had studied their patterns for centuries, who knew their names and their stories, who had used them to navigate both physical journeys and spiritual ones. But tonight, he didn't analyze them. He simply appreciated their beauty. A breeze moved through the clearing, stirring the leaves overhead, creating a sound like gentle rain. Merlin closed his eyes and listened, letting the sound wash over him. How long had it been since he had allowed himself to truly rest? Years? Decades? He couldn't remember. There had always been one more crisis, one more person in need, one more task that only he could accomplish. But the world would turn without him for a night. The kingdoms would survive without his counsel. The students would manage without his guidance. For tonight, he could set down the burden of being Merlin the wizard, Merlin the wise, Merlin the eternal. Tonight, he could simply rest. His breathing slowed further, becoming deep and rhythmic. The peace the grandfather oak had shared continued to work within him, spreading to places he hadn't realized were tight and guarded. His shoulders dropped completely, his jaw unclenched. Even his mind, always racing with possibilities and plans, began to quiet. And there, beneath the grandfather oak, held in the embrace of the sacred grove, surrounded by magic older than his own considerable power, Merlin allowed himself to do something he rarely did. He let go. Let go of control. Let go of responsibility. Let go of the need to be strong, to be wise, to be perfect. And in the letting go, he found what he had come seeking. Not answers, not power, not even wisdom. Simply peace. The stars wheeled overhead. The grove breathed softly around him. And Merlin, the great wizard who had lived for centuries, and would live for centuries more, finally allowed himself to truly, deeply rest. Time moved strangely in the sacred grove. especially for one like Merlin, who had long ago learned to perceive its fluid nature. Minutes might have been hours, or hours might have been minutes. In this place, such measurements held little meaning. Merlin sat against the grandfather oak, eyes closed, breathing deeply and evenly. He wasn't quite asleep, but he wasn't fully awake either. He existed in that peaceful state between, where consciousness softens and the boundaries between inner and outer worlds become permeable. The peace the oak had shared with him continued to work through his being, finding places of tension and dissolving them, locating old wounds and soothing them, uncovering forgotten griefs and gently healing them. Merlin had spent centuries learning to help others find peace. He had developed meditation techniques and breathing exercises. He had taught kings to quiet their anxious minds and warriors to release their battle trauma. He had shown countless students how to find the still point at the center of chaos. But he had forgotten, somewhere along the way, to apply that wisdom to himself. The great teacher had neglected his own lessons. The healer had ignored his own wounds. The guide had lost sight of his own path, but the grandfather oak remembered. And now, with infinite patience and ancient wisdom, it was reminding him. A vision began to form behind Merlin's closed eyelids. Not sharp or clear, but soft and dreamlike. He saw himself as he had been centuries ago, when his beard was still dark and his eyes held more wonder than weariness. That younger Merlin had approached magic with joy, with curiosity, with the excitement of discovery rather than the burden of responsibility. He had experimented and played and laughed at his mistakes. Magic had been an adventure, not a duty. When had that changed? Merlin couldn't pinpoint a single moment. It had been gradual, a slow accumulation of responsibilities and expectations. Each person he helped added another small weight to the load he carried. Each crisis he resolved made people depend on him more. Each success made it harder to admit when he was struggling. Until one day, without realizing it, he had transformed from Merlin the explorer into Merlin the indispensable. From the man who sought wonder into the man everyone sought for answers. The vision shifted, showing him moments throughout the centuries where he might have chosen differently. Times when he could have said no, could have set boundaries, could have admitted that he too needed help sometimes. But he hadn't. Pride, perhaps, or fear that showing weakness would diminish his power, or simply the habit of being the strong one, the reliable one, the one who never faltered. The grandfather oak's presence surrounded these visions with gentle understanding. There was no judgment in what it showed him, only recognition, only truth offered with compassion. Merlin felt tears slip down his cheeks again, but they were different tears now. Not tears of exhaustion or grief, but tears of release, of letting go of a burden he had carried so long he had forgotten. It was optional. He didn't have to be perfect. He didn't have to have all the answers. He didn't have to be strong every moment of every day. He could be human, or as human as a centuries-old wizard could be. The vision faded slowly, leaving Merlin sitting in peaceful darkness behind his closed eyes. The grove's eternal song hummed around him, and he found himself humming along with it, his voice rusty from disuse but growing stronger. When had he stopped singing? He had loved music once, had played instruments and composed melodies, and delighted in the way sound could shape emotion and meaning. But that too had fallen away, sacrificed to the endless demands of being who everyone needed him to be. Perhaps, he thought, it was time to reclaim some of what he had lost. Not all at once, not dramatically, but slowly, gently, one small joy at a time. Merlin opened his eyes and found that full night had fallen while he sat in contemplation. The moon, nearly full, hung overhead like a pearl in the sky. Its light poured down through the opening in the canopy, making the grandfather oak's silver bark glow with ethereal beauty. He sat up straighter and placed his hand against the oak's trunk once more. "Thank you," he said softly. "For the peace, yes, but also for the truth, for reminding me of what I had forgotten, of who I was before I became who everyone needed me to be." The bark warmed beneath his palm, a wordless acknowledgement, a blessing renewed. Merlin stood, joints that should have been stiff from sitting so long moving with fluid ease. Magic had its uses. He retrieved his staff and stood for a moment, simply looking up at the magnificent tree. "I know there is more you wish to show me," he said. "The grove did not call me here for peace alone. There are other gifts waiting, aren't there?" A breeze that hadn't been there before stirred through the clearing, rustling the leaves overhead. An answer. Merlin smiled. He had walked these paths many times over the centuries. He knew what lay deeper in the grove. The whispering spring, the circle of stars. Each sacred place held its own wisdom, its own healing. And tonight, he would receive them all, not as the great wizard Merlin, teacher and advisor and solver of impossible problems, but simply as a soul who had forgotten how to rest and was remembering again. He bowed deeply to the grandfather oak, a gesture of respect and gratitude, then turned toward one of the paths leading away from the clearing. His feet knew the way without conscious thought. How many times had he walked this particular trail? Hundreds? Thousands? The path wound through the ancient oaks, following the natural contours of the land, descending gradually toward the sound of running water. As he walked, Merlin noticed things he usually passed without seeing. The way certain trees leaned toward each other, as if in permanent conversation. The patterns of moss on bark that seemed almost deliberate, almost like writing in some language older than words. The small flowers that grew in scattered clusters, their petals glowing faintly with absorbed moonlight. He had been here so many times, but tonight he was seeing it as if for the first time. Or perhaps he was simply present enough to actually see, rather than moving through on autopilot, his mind already racing ahead to whatever came next. The path curved around a particularly massive oak, and suddenly Merlin heard it more clearly. Water, not a river or stream, but something smaller, more delicate. The whispering spring. The path opened into a smaller clearing, and there it was. Water bubbling up from between ancient stones, crystal clear and impossibly pure. It formed a small pool, then spilled over in a gentle stream that wound away into the forest. Merlin approached slowly, reverently. He had drunk from this spring countless times, but he never took it for granted. The water here was more than simple water. It carried gifts, offered clarity to clouded minds and truth to confused hearts. He knelt at the pool's edge and gazed down into it. The surface reflected the moon above, creating the illusion of two moons, one in sky and one in water. But as Merlin continued to look, the reflection began to shift. His own face appeared in the water, but not as others saw him. Not the ageless wizard with the long white beard and eyes full of ancient knowing. Instead, he saw himself as he truly felt, tired, uncertain, lonely in ways he rarely acknowledged. The spring showed truth, always truth, never flattery or comfortable lies. Merlin stared at his reflection, at the vulnerability visible there, and felt something crack open in his chest. How long had he been hiding this, even from himself? Yes, he whispered to his reflection, I am lonely. Immortality is lonely. Watching everyone I care about age and die while I remain. Watching civilizations rise and fall. Never truly belonging anywhere because I outlive everything. It is lonely. The admission hurt, but it also relieved, like lancing a wound that had been festering unseen. The image in the water rippled, and when it settled, Merlin saw something else. Not his current reflection, but a memory. Himself sitting in this very spot centuries ago, a much younger man, drinking from the spring for the first time. His master had brought him here, teaching him that clarity was not about knowing everything, but about seeing clearly what you did know and acknowledging, honestly, what you didn't. The spring, his master had said, his voice echoing across the years, does not give you answers. It gives you the ability to see your questions clearly, and that is often more valuable. Merlin smiled at the memory. His master had been wise. He missed him still, even after all these centuries. The vision faded, and Merlin's current reflection returned. But something had changed. The vulnerability was still there, but it no longer looked like weakness. It looked like honesty, courage even. It took strength to acknowledge pain rather than bury it. He cupped his hands and dipped them into the spring. The water was cool, refreshing, perfect. He brought his hands to his lips and drank. The effect was immediate. His mind, usually so cluttered with information and observations and calculations, suddenly cleared, like fog burning away under strong sunlight. Thoughts that had been tangled sorted themselves into order. Questions that had been nagging at him revealed their true nature. Concerns that had seemed overwhelming shrank to their actual size. Merlin sat back on his heels, eyes widening. He had forgotten how powerful the spring's gift was, how liberating clarity could be. He saw now that many of his worries were not based on reality, but on his own catastrophic thinking. He had been imagining worst-case scenarios and treating them as inevitable. He had been taking on responsibility for outcomes he couldn't actually control. He saw, too, that his loneliness, while real, was partly self-imposed. He had been holding people at a distance, afraid to form deep connections because he would eventually lose them. But that meant he was losing them before he even had them. He was creating the very isolation he feared. And he saw, perhaps most importantly, that he didn't have to carry everything alone. There were others with power, with wisdom, with strength. He had been so focused on being the solution that he had forgotten to ask for help. The clarity kept unfolding, revealing layer after layer of truth. Not harsh truths meant to wound, but gentle truths meant to free. Merlin found himself laughing softly. How had he let himself get so tangled up? How had he, who taught others to think clearly, become so confused in his own mind? The answer was simple. He had stopped coming to places like this. Stopped taking time to rest, to reflect, to receive, rather than constantly give. He had been running on empty for so long that he had forgotten what full felt like. Well, no more. He drank from the spring again, savoring both the physical refreshment and the mental clarity it provided. This was a gift he would carry with him when he left the grove. A reminder that confusion was not permanent, that clarity was always possible if he created space for it. Merlin stood, feeling lighter than he had in years. The peace from the grandfather oak, combined with the clarity from the spring, was already transforming him. But he knew there was more. One more sacred place in the grove. One more gift waiting. He left the spring behind, following another path that led upward this time, climbing a gentle slope. The trees grew slightly less dense here, and he could see more of the night sky through the canopy. Stars, thousands of them. And ahead, he knew, was the place where they could be seen in all their glory. The circle of stars. The path leveled out and emerged onto a hilltop within the grove. Here, the ancient oaks formed a perfect circle, their branches arching overhead, but leaving the center completely open to the sky. Merlin stepped into the circle and stopped, tilting his head back to look up. The sight never failed to move him, no matter how many times he saw it. Without the canopy filtering the view, the stars were magnificent. The Milky Way stretched across the heavens like a river of light. Constellations wheeled in their eternal patterns. And the vastness, the sheer, incomprehensible vastness of it all. Merlin had studied the stars for centuries, had charted their movements and learned their names, had used them for navigation and divination and countless spells. But tonight, he wasn't interested in their utility. Tonight, he simply wanted to remember what it felt like to be small. He moved to the center of the circle, where a flat stone lay embedded in the earth, and lay down on his back. The stone was smooth and slightly warm, as if it had absorbed the day's sunlight and was slowly releasing it. From this position, the effect was overwhelming. The solid ground beneath him seemed to fade, and he felt as if he were floating in space itself, suspended among the stars. It was dizzying, disorienting, humbling, and exactly what he needed. Merlin gazed up at the infinite expanse above him and felt his perspective shift. All his concerns, all his responsibilities, all the problems that had seemed so overwhelming. They were real, yes, they mattered, but they were also temporary, brief, a single note in an eternal symphony. The stars above had been shining for millions of years. They had witnessed the birth of his world. They would shine long after he was gone, long after every person he had ever known was forgotten, long after the very kingdoms he had served had crumbled to dust. It should have made him feel insignificant. Instead, it made him feel free. His problems were not the center of the universe. His failures would not destroy everything. His successes, while valuable, were not the only thing holding reality together. He could let go, could trust that the world was larger and more resilient than any one individual, even a wizard who had lived for centuries. Tears slipped down his temples and into his hair, but they were tears of relief, of release, of finally understanding what his master had tried to teach him so long ago. You are important, his master had said, but you are not indispensable. The world existed before you and will exist after you. Do your work with love and dedication. Yes, but don't mistake yourself for the foundation. You are a guest here, like everyone else. Act accordingly. Merlin had thought he understood, but he hadn't. Not really. Not until this moment, lying beneath the stars, feeling the weight of centuries finally lift from his shoulders. He didn't have to save everyone. He didn't have to fix everything. He didn't have to be eternal and unchanging and perfect. He could be enough, just as he was, flawed and tired and sometimes confused. Enough. A shooting star streaked across the sky, a brief flash of brilliance against the darkness. Merlin smiled and closed his eyes, still seeing the afterimage of light against his eyelids. Thank you, he whispered to the stars, to the grove, to whatever vast intelligence had called him here tonight. Thank you for reminding me of perspective, of humility, of grace. He lay there for a long time, breathing in rhythm with the eternal song of the grove, feeling peace and clarity and perspective settle into his bones like a benediction. And when he finally sat up, when he finally stood and prepared to leave the circle of stars, he was not the same wizard who had entered it. He was lighter, clearer, more himself than he had been in decades. The journey through the sacred grove had given him what he needed, what he had been seeking without knowing how to ask. And now it was time to return to the beginning, to the grandfather oak, to complete the circle before stepping back into the world beyond the grove's boundaries. Merlin walked back down the hill, staff in hand, heart lighter than it had been in years. The healing had begun. Merlin walked the paths back through the sacred grove with a lightness in his step that had been absent for far too long. The night had deepened around him, the moon climbing higher in the sky, its silver light painting everything in shades of pearl and shadow. His staff tapped rhythmically against the earth as he walked, but the sound was different now. Less of a burden being dragged along, more of a companion keeping time with his steps. Even the weight of the staff felt different in his hand. Or perhaps it was his grip that had changed, no longer clutching with the tension of someone afraid to let go. The trees seemed to lean toward him as he passed, their branches swaying in acknowledgement. Merlin had always been able to sense the consciousness of ancient living things, but tonight that sense was sharper, clearer. The spring's gift of clarity had opened his perception in ways he had forgotten were possible. He could feel the grove breathing around him, could sense the slow thoughts of the oaks, patient and deep as the earth itself, could hear in the rustle of leaves not just wind but communication, the trees speaking to each other in their timeless language. "Yes," he said aloud to them as he walked, "I hear you. I had forgotten how to listen, but I remember now. Thank you for your patience with me. Thank you for calling me back when I had strayed too far." The breeze that moved through the grove carried a warmth that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the warmth of welcome, of recognition, of love freely given. Merlin had spent so many years being the wise one, the teacher, the guide. He had forgotten what it felt like to be the student, the one receiving wisdom rather than dispensing it. The grove was reminding him that learning never stopped, that growth continued no matter how many years one accumulated. The path curved familiar curves, and soon Merlin found himself back at the first clearing. The grandfather oak stood in the moonlight, magnificent and eternal, its silver bark glowing as if lit from within. Merlin stopped at the edge of the clearing and simply looked, really looked, not with the casual glance of familiarity, but with fresh eyes, seeing as if for the first time. The tree was extraordinary. Its presence filled the space not just physically but spiritually. It radiated peace the way a fire radiates heat, constant and generous and inexhaustible. "I have returned, grandfather," Merlin said, crossing the clearing slowly. "I have walked the paths you and the grove set before me. I have received the gifts offered, peace from you, clarity from the spring, perspective from the stars. And now I understand why you called me here." He reached the massive trunk and placed both palms flat against the bark once more. The warmth that flooded through him was familiar now, but no less powerful for its familiarity. "I was losing myself," Merlin continued, speaking to the tree as he might speak to an old friend. "Bit by bit, year by year, I was disappearing beneath the weight of who everyone needed me to be. I had forgotten who I was before all the titles and expectations. Before I became Merlin the wise, Merlin the powerful, Merlin the eternal." The tree pulsed with gentle understanding, no judgment, only compassion. "But you remembered for me," Merlin said, his voice thick with emotion. "You kept this space safe, kept these gifts available, waited for me to finally be desperate enough to seek them. And now I can see clearly again, can think without the fog of exhaustion clouding everything, can understand my place in the vastness without feeling either insignificant or overwhelmingly responsible." He leaned his forehead against the bark, feeling the ancient life force of the tree flowing through him. It was renewing him, not by adding something new, but by helping him remember what had always been there beneath the accumulated weight, his essential self, the core of who he was. The Merlin who had first discovered magic and felt wonder rather than burden. The Merlin who had laughed and played and made mistakes and learned from them. The Merlin who had known how to rest. "I will not forget again," he promised the tree. "Or if I do, I will return sooner. Will not wait until the weariness nearly crushes me. I will come back to these paths, drink from this spring, gaze at these stars. Will remember that even wizards need care." The warmth intensified for a moment, a blessing and an agreement, and then Merlin slowly lowered his hands. He moved to sit at the base of the tree, settling into the familiar space between the great roots. His body fit perfectly, as it always had, as if this space had been shaped specifically for him. Perhaps in some sense it had been. Merlin laid his staff across his lap and closed his eyes, not to sleep, but to meditate, to integrate everything he had experienced tonight, to let the gifts settle into him so deeply that they became part of his foundation rather than temporary relief. The grove's eternal song hummed around him. The moon climbed higher. Time continued its strange, fluid passage, and Merlin sat in stillness, breathing deeply, feeling more whole than he had felt in decades. Images drifted through his mind, but not random thoughts or worries. Memories. Good memories he had buried beneath the difficult ones. He remembered teaching his first student, a young girl with wild hair and wilder magic, watching her face light up when she finally understood a concept she had been struggling with. The pure joy of sharing knowledge, of watching someone else grow. He remembered sitting by a fire with friends long gone, telling stories and laughing until his sides hurt. Simple companionship, asking nothing of him except his presence. He remembered the first time he had successfully cast a complex spell, the rush of power and accomplishment, the wonder of discovering what he was capable of. He remembered joy, not despite the difficulties of his long life, but woven through them. Moments of light that he had stopped allowing himself to fully feel, because feeling joy meant also feeling its loss. But the grove was reminding him of something important. Joy was not diminished by its temporary nature. In fact, its brevity was part of what made it precious. Every moment of happiness was valuable precisely because it was fleeting, because it existed against the backdrop of difficulty and challenge. To refuse joy because it wouldn't last forever was to refuse life itself. Merlin opened his eyes, and a smile curved his lips. A real smile, reaching his eyes, transforming his face into something younger, despite the white beard and ancient eyes. "I have been such a fool," he said with affection rather than self-judgment. "Protecting myself from loss by refusing connection. Avoiding pain by refusing pleasure. Existing rather than living. What a waste of an extraordinary gift." The grandfather oak seemed to agree, its presence surrounding him with warm approval. "Well," Merlin continued, "no more. I cannot undo the years of isolation I chose, cannot reclaim the joys I refused, but I can begin again, can open myself to whatever time remains, however many centuries that might be, can choose presence over protection." He stood up, feeling energized despite the late hour. The weariness that had driven him to seek the grove was gone, replaced by something he hadn't felt in far too long. Eagerness, anticipation, curiosity about what came next. He walked to the center of the clearing and raised both arms overhead, staff held high, face turned toward the moon. His voice, when he spoke, rang with power and conviction. I, Merlin, wizard and wanderer, student and teacher, mortal wearing immortality like an ill-fitting coat, I give thanks to this grove and its guardian trees, to the grandfather oak who holds space for weariness, to the whispering spring that offers clarity, to the circle of stars that reminds us of our place in the vastness. Thank you for calling me home. Thank you for the gift so freely given. The grove seemed to glow brighter in response. Every tree, every leaf, every blade of grass emanating soft light. It lasted only a moment, but that moment felt eternal. Merlin lowered his arms, lowered his staff, and stood breathing in the perfumed air of the sacred space. He knew what came next. He would leave this grove and return to the world beyond its boundaries. Return to the kingdoms and their politics, to the students and their questions, to the endless stream of people seeking his wisdom and help. But he would return changed, would carry with him the peace, the clarity, the perspective he had received, would remember that he was allowed to rest, allowed to refuse impossible demands, allowed to be simply Merlin rather than everyone's solution. And more than that, he would return with renewed purpose, not the grim determination that had been driving him, a genuine desire. He had gifts to share, wisdom to teach, help to offer. And now he could do so from a place of fullness rather than depletion. Before he left, though, there was one more thing. Merlin knelt down and placed his hand flat on the grass. He spoke a word in the old language, a language that predated human speech, and power flowed from his hand into the earth. A single acorn appeared in the grass where his palm had been. But this was no ordinary acorn. It glowed with soft golden light, pulsing gently like a tiny heartbeat. Merlin picked it up and held it in his palm, examining it with satisfaction. This was his gift back to the grove, a seed infused with his own magic, his own essence. When it grew, and it would grow, it would be a new oak that carried within it a piece of Merlin's gratitude, his reverence, his love for this place. A small gift, perhaps, compared to what he had received, but given freely and from the heart. He placed the glowing acorn at the base of the grandfather oak, settling it carefully into a hollow between two roots where it would be protected as it germinated and began its centuries-long journey toward becoming a mighty tree in its own right. Grow strong, Merlin whispered to it. Grow wise. And one day, offer to others what your parent has offered to me. Become a keeper of peace, a guardian of rest. The grandfather oak pulsed with warmth, accepting the gift, and Merlin knew the acorn would thrive, would become something magnificent. He stood once more and turned toward the path that would lead him out of the grove, back to the boundary between this sacred space and the ordinary world, back to his life and his responsibilities and his choices about how to live. But as he took the first step, something made him pause. A sensation, not a voice exactly, but communication. The grove had one more thing to share. Merlin turned back toward the grandfather oak and waited, receptive and open. And then he understood. The grove was reminding him that this was not goodbye, that he was always welcome here, that whenever the weight grew too heavy again, whenever the confusion clouded his thoughts, whenever he needed to remember his place in the vastness, the paths would be here waiting. The sacred grove would endure. The grandfather oak would stand. The whispering spring would flow. The stars would wheel overhead. And all of it would be here, constant and patient and generous, ready to offer its gifts again and again for as long as Merlin needed them. "I will remember," Merlin promised, "and I will return." Not in desperation, but in gratitude. Not waiting until I am nearly broken, but coming regularly to maintain the wholeness I have found tonight. This I vow. The grove pulsed with approval, and Merlin smiled. He had made many vows in his long life, to kings and countries, to students and causes. But this vow, this promise to care for himself, to return to sources of renewal rather than depleting himself completely, this felt like the most important vow he had made in decades. He bowed deeply one final time to the grandfather oak, a bow of profound respect and gratitude. Then he turned and began walking toward the boundary of the grove. The path unfolded before him, familiar and welcoming. The trees seemed to lean in as he passed, a gentle farewell. Small creatures paused in their nighttime activities to watch him go. Even the stars visible through the canopy seemed brighter, as if offering their own benediction. Merlin walked steadily, staff tapping against the earth, heart light, mind clear, spirit renewed. The peace he had received was not fragile. It had settled into him deeply, become part of his structure. He would carry it with him like armor, like a foundation, like a gift he could draw upon whenever needed. The trees began to thin, the path grew wider, and ahead, Merlin could see the edge of the grove, the threshold he had crossed hours or days or moments ago, time being so fluid in this place. He paused at the boundary, looking back one last time at the ancient oak standing guard, at the canopy hiding its secrets, at the paths winding into shadow and mystery. "Until next time," he said softly, "and there will be a next time. Soon, you have my word." Then he stepped across the threshold, back into the ordinary world. The change was immediate. The profound silence of the grove gave way to the subtle sounds of the wider world. Distant human voices, the far-off bark of a dog, the rustle of wind through normal trees rather than ancient, conscious ones. But Merlin did not feel diminished by the transition. He carried the grove's gifts with him. They were his now, integrated and real. He looked up at the sky. Dawn was approaching, the eastern horizon beginning to lighten from black to deep blue. He had spent the entire night in the grove, though it had felt like both an instant and an eternity. Merlin smiled and began walking toward the road that would take him back toward civilization, back toward his tower and his students and the kingdoms that would inevitably seek his counsel. But he walked with a new understanding. He was not indispensable. He was not required to solve every problem or answer every question. He was allowed to rest, to refuse, to take care of himself so that he could continue offering his gifts from a place of fullness rather than depletion. And when the weight grew heavy again, because it would, he knew where to find renewal. The sacred grove would be waiting. The grandfather oak would welcome him. The gifts would be offered again, as many times as he needed them. Merlin walked toward the dawn, toward whatever came next, carrying peace and clarity and perspective like treasures held close to his heart. The great wizard had remembered how to rest, and that changed everything. The dawn broke slowly over the landscape as Merlin walked the road leading away from the sacred grove. The sky transformed moment by moment, deep blue softening to pale azure, then warming with hints of pink and gold. The first rays of sunlight touched the tops of distant hills, turning them bronze and amber. Merlin paused to watch the sunrise, something he realized he had not done in far too long. How many dawns had he witnessed over his centuries of life? Thousands upon thousands. Yet he had stopped truly seeing them somewhere along the way, stopped allowing himself to be moved by their simple beauty. Now, standing on this empty road with the peace of the grove still flowing through him, he watched with fresh eyes, watched as the darkness surrendered to light, watched as the world revealed itself again, color returning to things that had been mere shadows moments before. It was magnificent, every single time. The earth spinning on its axis, carrying this small piece of geography into the sun's warmth and illumination. A phenomenon so ordinary it happened every day, yet so extraordinary that entire civilizations had built religions around it. I had forgotten to see, Merlin said aloud to the empty road, had stopped noticing the everyday miracles because I was too focused on dramatic ones. What folly! He continued walking, but slower now, paying attention. Noticing the dew on grass beside the road, each droplet a tiny prism catching the light. Noticing the birds beginning their morning songs, complex melodies passed down through generations of their kind. Noticing the way his own shadow stretched long behind him, shortened as the sun climbed higher. Presence. That was what the grove had given him beyond the specific gifts of peace, clarity, and perspective. It had returned him to presence, to actually inhabiting each moment rather than racing past it toward the next crisis or obligation. The road led through a small village that was just beginning to wake. Smoke rose from chimneys as fires were lit for breakfast. Shutters opened. A rooster crowed. A child's voice called out, quickly hushed by a parent's reply. Merlin had passed through this village countless times over the years, had sometimes stopped to help with a problem or offer guidance. The people here knew him, respected him, often sought his counsel. As he walked down the main street, an old woman emerged from her cottage, carrying a bucket toward the village well. She stopped when she saw him, her weathered face breaking into a smile. "Master Merlin, good morning to you. You're out early." Merlin returned her smile with genuine warmth. "Good morning, Elara. Yes, I spent the night walking and thinking. The dawn seemed too beautiful to miss." Elara nodded knowingly. "That it is. Every morning I thank the heavens for another sunrise. At my age, You learn not to take them for granted. She began walking toward the well, and Merlin fell into step beside her without being asked. When they reached it, he took the bucket from her hands and lowered it into the depths himself, drawing up the cold, fresh water. "You're kind," Alara said as he handed the full bucket back to her, "though you needn't trouble yourself. I'm old but not helpless yet." "I know," Merlin replied, "but kindness isn't about necessity. Sometimes it's simply about connection, about sharing a moment and a task." Alara studied him with shrewd eyes. "You seem different this morning, Master Merlin. Lighter somehow. Has something changed?" Merlin considered the question seriously. "Yes, I remembered something important, something I had forgotten for far too long. That rest is not weakness, that I don't have to carry everything alone. That joy exists even in simple moments, like drawing water from a well at sunrise." The old woman's smile deepened, creating new creases in her weathered face. "Took you long enough to learn what the rest of us figured out young, but better late than never, I suppose. Even wizards need reminding sometimes that we're all just human underneath the magic and mystery." "Wise words," Merlin acknowledged with a slight bow. "Thank you, Alara, for the reminder and for the conversation." "Anytime, Master Merlin. My door is always open should you need a place to rest. We're not all grand like your tower, but we know how to make a body comfortable." The offer touched him more than she could know. When had someone last offered him hospitality without expecting something in return? Without seeing him as Merlin the resource rather than Merlin the person? "I may take you up on that," he said. "Sooner than you think." He continued through the village, and as he walked, other people emerged to begin their day. A blacksmith opening his forge, a baker pulling the first loaves from his oven, the smell of fresh bread filling the morning air, a young mother nursing an infant on her doorstep, humming a lullaby. Ordinary people living ordinary lives, yet each one of them navigating their own challenges, carrying their own burdens, finding their own moments of joy and peace. They didn't need him to solve everything for them. They were capable, resilient, finding their own ways forward. He had been so focused on being needed that he had sometimes forgotten that people were strong, that they often found their own solutions when given space to do so. His role wasn't to fix everything, but to offer wisdom when asked, assistance when truly needed, and otherwise, trust. Trust that people could handle their own lives. The village gave way to open countryside again. Fields stretched on either side of the road, some already green with growing crops, others freshly plowed and waiting for seed. Farmers were beginning their work, leading oxen to yokes, checking fences, surveying their land with the practiced eyes of those who read the earth like others read books. Merlin's tower came into view in the distance, rising from the landscape like a stone finger pointing toward the sky. He had built it himself decades ago, using both magic and manual labor, wanting a place that was truly his own. A sanctuary where he could study and think and practice his craft without constant interruption. But he realized now that he had also used it as a fortress, a place to hide from human connection, to avoid the vulnerability that came with truly letting people in. The tower had become less a sanctuary and more an isolation chamber. That would need to change, not dramatically. He wouldn't tear down the tower or suddenly fill it with people, but he could open it more, could invite his students to stay rather than always sending them away after lessons, could accept offers of hospitality like Alara's rather than always returning to solitude, could build bridges instead of maintaining walls. As he approached the tower, Merlin saw someone waiting at the door. A young man, barely more than a boy, really, sitting on the steps with the patient posture of someone prepared to wait as long as necessary. It was Thomas, one of his newer students. Talented but impulsive, powerful but undisciplined. Merlin had been working with him for several months, trying to teach not just magic but wisdom, not just power but responsibility. Thomas stood as Merlin approached, relief evident on his face. "Master Merlin, thank the stars. I've been waiting since yesterday evening. I made a mistake, a bad one, and I don't know how to fix it." The old Merlin, the one from before the grove, would have felt the weight of this immediately, would have taken on the burden of solving Thomas's problem, of cleaning up whatever mess had been made, of being the one who fixed everything. But this Merlin, carrying peace and clarity and perspective, responded differently. "Tell me what happened," he said, unlocking the tower door and gesturing Thomas inside. "But first, have you eaten? Slept? You look exhausted." Thomas blinked, clearly surprised by the questions. "I know. I've been too worried to think about food or rest." "Then we'll address that first," Merlin said firmly. "You cannot think clearly when you're depleted. Come, I'll make tea and toast. You'll eat and rest for an hour. Then we'll discuss your problem with minds that can actually solve it." He led Thomas into the tower's main room and set about preparing food. The young man watched with visible confusion. This wasn't how Master Merlin usually operated. Usually, he would immediately dive into the problem, assessing it with his vast knowledge, offering solutions with practiced efficiency. But Merlin had learned something in the grove. Sometimes the greatest gift you could offer was not a solution but presence, not answers but space, not fixing but witnessing. Once Thomas had eaten and was warming his hands around a cup of tea, Merlin settled into the chair across from him. "Now, tell me what happened. But remember as you do that mistakes are how we learn. I have made more errors in my long life than you can possibly imagine. What matters is not perfection, but how we respond when we fall short." Thomas took a shaky breath and began explaining. He had been practicing a transformation spell without permission, trying to impress a girl in the village. The spell had worked, had transformed a simple stone into a beautiful gem. But he hadn't fully controlled it, and the magic had spread, transforming several other objects in unintended ways, including, unfortunately, a section of the village well's stone wall, which was now partially crystal and structurally unsound. "I don't know how to reverse it," Thomas finished miserably. "And the village needs that well. If it collapses, Master Merlin, I'm so sorry. I know you told me not to practice transformation magic alone yet, but I thought I was ready, and Stop, Merlin said gently, holding up one hand. You made a mistake. A significant one, yes, but not an irredeemable one. The well can be repaired. The magic can be reversed or worked around. These are solvable problems. Thomas looked up with desperate hope. You can fix it? I can, Merlin acknowledged. But the more important question is, can you? The young man's eyes widened. Me? I don't. I'm not skilled enough. I'll just make it worse. Perhaps, Merlin said. Or perhaps you'll discover resources within yourself you didn't know you had. Thomas, I could walk down to that village right now and repair everything with a few words and gestures. It would take me minutes. The people would be grateful. You would be relieved. And you would learn nothing. He leaned forward, his ancient eyes holding Thomas's young ones. But if we go together, if I guide you while you do the actual work of repairing what you damaged, you'll learn something far more valuable than any spell. You'll learn that mistakes can be fixed, that you have the power not just to create problems, but to solve them. That falling down is not the end of the story, unless you choose not to get back up. Thomas was quiet for a long moment, clearly torn between wanting the easy solution and recognizing the wisdom in what Merlin was offering. What if I can't do it? He finally asked, voice small. Then I'll step in, Merlin assured him. I won't let the village suffer for your learning. But Thomas, I believe you can. I wouldn't suggest it otherwise. And more importantly, you need to believe you can. That's the real lesson here. Not the specific spell or technique, but confidence in your own ability to face the consequences of your actions and make them right. The young man straightened slightly, something shifting in his expression. Fear giving way to determination. All right. I'll try. Will you? Will you teach me how? Of course, Merlin said, standing. But first, you'll sleep for 2 hours. Real sleep, not just closing your eyes while your mind races. The grove taught me something last night, that we cannot work effectively from depletion. That rest is not optional, but essential. So you'll sleep, and then we'll go repair the well together. He showed Thomas to a small room in the tower that he rarely used, with a narrow bed and a window overlooking the countryside. The young man lay down reluctantly, clearly too anxious to think sleep was possible. But within minutes, his exhaustion claimed him, and he was breathing deeply and evenly. Merlin stood in the doorway for a moment, watching his student rest, and felt something unexpected. Affection. Not just duty or responsibility, but genuine care for this impulsive young man who was trying so hard to be powerful before he learned to be wise. He had students because he was supposed to, because passing on knowledge was important, because the world needed trained wizards. But he had kept them at arm's length, never allowing real connection, never offering more than instruction. Perhaps that too could change. Perhaps he could be not just a teacher, but a mentor. Not just an instructor, but someone who truly cared about the people he taught. Merlin returned to the main room and sat in his favorite chair, the one positioned to look out the tower's large window at the landscape beyond. He thought about the grove, about the grandfather oak, and the whispering spring in the circle of stars, about the gifts he had received and the vows he had made. The world beyond his window continued its morning routine. Birds flew past, clouds drifted by, the sun climbed higher, warming the earth. And Merlin, the ancient wizard who had forgotten how to rest, sat in peaceful silence and simply existed, present, aware, grateful. When 2 hours had passed, he gently woke Thomas. Together, they walked back to the village, Merlin carrying his staff, Thomas carrying uncertainty and determination in equal measure. At the well, villagers had gathered, worried about the strange crystal formation spreading through the stone. They looked relieved when they saw Merlin, clearly expecting him to fix everything immediately. But Merlin stepped back and gestured Thomas forward. "This is my student, Thomas. He made a mistake here, and he is going to repair it. I am here to guide him, but the work is his. I trust you will be patient while he learns." There was surprise on the villagers' faces, but also understanding. These were people who taught their own children, who knew that real learning required doing, not just watching. And so, with Merlin's quiet guidance and the village's patient witness, Thomas began the careful work of reversing his spell. It took hours. There were false starts and corrections, moments of frustration and moments of breakthrough. But when the sun was setting and the last of the unintended crystal had been transformed back to solid stone, stronger now than it had been before, Thomas stood sweating and exhausted and proud. The villagers applauded. Alara brought him water, and Merlin simply placed a hand on his student's shoulder and said, "Well done. You faced what you created and made it right. That takes real courage, real strength." As they walked back to the tower together in the gathering dusk, Thomas asked, "Master Merlin, you seem different today. I can't quite explain how, but you seem more here, present. What changed?" Merlin smiled, thinking of ancient oaks and whispering springs and stars wheeling overhead. "I remembered how to rest," he said simply, and everything else followed from that. Thomas nodded thoughtfully, and they walked the rest of the way in comfortable silence. Back at the tower, Merlin invited his student to stay for dinner, and they ate together while talking not about magic, but about life, about mistakes and growth, and the difference between knowledge and wisdom. And when Thomas finally left for his own home, Merlin stood at his window, watching the stars emerge one by one from the darkening sky, feeling the peace of the grove still flowing through him, knowing that he had begun something new. Not a dramatic change, not a complete transformation overnight, but a beginning, a first step on a path toward living differently, toward remaining open rather than closed, toward offering presence as well as solutions, toward remembering that even the oldest wizard needed rest and connection and simple human warmth. The sacred grove had called him home, had reminded him of what he had forgotten, and Merlin had listened, had received, had changed. The journey was not complete. There would be challenges ahead, moments when old patterns tried to reassert themselves. times when the weight threatened to become crushing again. But now he knew where to find renewal, knew the paths through the grove, knew that rest was always possible, always available, always waiting when he needed it. Merlin smiled at the stars and whispered a promise into the night. "Thank you, and I will remember. Will return when needed. Will keep the vow I made." The stars twinkled as if in response, and somewhere far away in the sacred grove, the grandfather oak stood in moonlight, holding space for all who would eventually find their way to its peace. 3 weeks passed after Merlin's night in the sacred grove, and in that time, the world around him remained largely unchanged. The kingdoms continued their politics. Students continued seeking knowledge. People continued facing problems that seemed insurmountable to them, but routine to a wizard of his experience. But Merlin had changed. Not dramatically, not in ways that would be obvious to a casual observer, but deeply, fundamentally, in ways that altered how he moved through each day. He woke earlier now, not because duty demanded it, but because he wanted to watch the sunrise. He took his meals slowly, actually tasting the food rather than consuming it as mere fuel. He walked the grounds around his tower daily, noticing the changing seasons in the turning leaves and migrating birds. And most significantly, he had begun saying no. Not to everything, not carelessly or selfishly, but when requests came that he knew others could handle, when problems arose that didn't truly require his intervention, when people sought his counsel for decisions that were ultimately theirs to make, he gently declined, offered guidance rather than solutions, suggested other resources rather than becoming the resource himself. It was harder than he had expected. Centuries of being the one everyone turned had created patterns difficult to break. Sometimes he caught himself automatically agreeing to help before remembering his vow. Sometimes the look of disappointment on someone's face nearly broke his resolve. But he held firm, because he understood now, with the clarity the whispering spring had provided, that his constant availability had actually weakened the people around him, had made them dependent rather than resourceful, had robbed them of the opportunity to discover their own strength. This morning, Merlin stood at his window, watching the dawn paint the sky in shades of rose and gold. He held a cup of tea in both hands, feeling its warmth seep into his palms, breathing in the fragrant steam. Behind him, he heard footsteps on the tower stairs, light footsteps. His student, Sarah, who lived in the village but had taken to arriving early to study before the day's other obligations, claimed her attention. "Good morning, Master Merlin," she said as she entered the room. "Good morning, Sarah," he replied without turning from the window. "Come, watch the sunrise with me. I promise you'll learn more from it than from any book this morning." She joined him at the window, and together they stood in companionable silence, watching light reclaim the world from darkness. When the sun had fully cleared the horizon, Sarah spoke softly. "You've changed since that night you spent away. Everyone's noticed. Even the villagers talk about it. They say Master Merlin has become human." Merlin smiled at that. "I was always human, Sarah. I simply forgot it for a while. forgot that being powerful doesn't mean being invulnerable, that having knowledge doesn't mean having all answers, that living a long time doesn't exempt you from needing rest and connection. "Where did you go that night?" she asked. "If you don't mind my asking." "To a place I should have returned to long before," Merlin said. "The sacred grove. Have I told you about it?" Sarah shook her head, and so Merlin began to speak. He told her about the ancient oaks and the grandfather oak at their center, about the whispering spring that offered clarity and the circle of stars that provided perspective, about the peace that flowed through that place like a river, available to anyone willing to seek it. As he spoke, he watched Sarah's expression transform. Wonder, longing, recognition. Would it be possible for me to visit this grove?" she asked when he finished. "I don't mean to presume, but I think I might need what you found there." Merlin turned to look at her fully, really look at her. He saw what he should have noticed before, the exhaustion around her eyes, the tension in her shoulders, the way she held herself as if carrying weight too heavy for her young frame. "What burdens do you carry, Sarah?" he asked gently. And she told him about her sick mother who needed constant care, about her younger siblings who depended on her, about the expectations from the village that she would marry soon and forget this foolish pursuit of magic, about her own fears that she wasn't talented enough, dedicated enough, strong enough to become the wizard she dreamed of being. "Sometimes," she finished, voice barely above a whisper, "I'm so tired I can't think straight. And I'm afraid that if I stop, if I rest even for a moment, everything will fall apart." Merlin felt his heart contract. How many times had he said almost those exact words to himself over the centuries? "The grove is not mine to grant access to," he said carefully. "It calls those who need it when they need it. But I can tell you the way, can describe the path so you'll recognize it when the time comes. And I can tell you this, Sarah. Rest is not the opposite of commitment. Rest is what makes commitment sustainable. If you don't allow yourself to recover, you will eventually break. And then you'll be no help to anyone, including yourself." He moved to his desk and wrote on a piece of parchment, describing the location of the grove and the path to reach it. As he wrote, he added something else. Words he wished someone had said to him decades ago. "You are allowed to need help. You are allowed to be tired. You are allowed to say no sometimes. These permissions are not weaknesses. They are wisdom. And anyone who tells you otherwise has forgotten what it means to be human." He folded the parchment and handed it to her. "Keep this. When the weight becomes too much, follow these directions. The grove will welcome you. I promise." Sarah took the parchment with trembling hands, tears gathering in her eyes. "Thank you, Master Merlin, for seeing me, not just as a student, but as a person." After she left, Merlin stood at the window again, thinking about all the people he had taught over the years. How many of them had been struggling beneath burdens he never asked about? How many had needed not just instruction in magic, but permission to rest, to be imperfect, to be human? He had been so focused on teaching technique that he had forgotten to teach wisdom. had been so concerned with passing on knowledge that he had failed to pass on care. That too would change. The morning passed in study and practice, but Merlin made sure to take breaks, to step outside and feel the sun on his face, to eat a proper lunch instead of working through it, to speak with Thomas when the young man arrived for his lesson, asking not just about his magical progress, but about his life, his hopes, his challenges. In the afternoon, a messenger arrived from a nearby kingdom. The usual urgent request. The king faced a difficult decision and sought Merlin's counsel. The situation was complex, politically delicate, potentially dangerous. The old Merlin would have left immediately, would have ridden through the night to reach the castle, would have taken on the burden of solving the king's problem as if it were his own. But this Merlin read the message carefully, thought about it with the clarity the whispering spring had given him, and wrote a response. Your Majesty has advisors of great wisdom and experience at your disposal. Trust them. Trust yourself. The decision you face is ultimately yours to make, not mine to make for you. I have faith in your judgment. If you still wish to discuss it after you've consulted with your council, I will make time in 2 weeks. But give yourself the opportunity to lead without me first. You might surprise yourself with what you discover. He sealed the letter and gave it to the waiting messenger, who looked shocked. Merlin had never delayed a royal summons before, but the wizard felt no guilt, no anxiety about his decision. The king was capable. The advisors were competent. They would find a solution, and it would be stronger for being theirs rather than Merlin's. As evening approached, Merlin found himself drawn outside. He walked away from the tower, following no particular path, simply allowing his feet to lead him where they would. Without consciously intending it, he found himself walking in the direction of the sacred grove. Not all the way there, just in that direction, as if being pulled by invisible threads of connection. He stopped on a hilltop overlooking the landscape. In the distance, he could just make out the dark mass of the ancient forest that held the grove at its heart. Even from here, miles away, he could feel its presence, the peace it offered, the gifts it held. I miss you, he said aloud to the distant trees. Is that strange? To miss trees? To miss a place rather than a person? But the grove was more than just a place. It was home, the truest home he had known in all his wandering centuries. Not because he had lived there, but because he had been fully himself there, had been allowed to be weak and weary and uncertain without judgment, had been held without demands being placed on him. As he stood there, wind rising around him, carrying the scent of growing things and distant rain, Merlin felt something shift inside his robes. The inner pocket where he sometimes kept small items. He reached in and pulled out an acorn. Not the one he had left at the base of the grandfather oak as a gift. This was different, smaller, simpler. An ordinary acorn that must have fallen into his pocket during his time in the grove without him noticing. Except, as he held it in his palm, it began to glow. Softly at first, then brighter. Golden light pulsed from within it, like a tiny heartbeat. Merlin stared at it in wonder. This was no ordinary acorn. This was a gift from the grove itself, a piece of its magic, its peace, sent with him to carry always. As he watched, the acorn's light began to show him something. Images formed within the glow, not visions of the future, but reminders, moments from his night in the grove. The peace of the grandfather oak, the clarity of the whispering spring, the perspective of the circle of stars, and more than images. He felt them, the peace flowing through him again, the clarity sharpening his thoughts, the perspective expanding his understanding. The grove was with him, had always been with him, would always be with him. He didn't have to physically return to access its gifts. They were his now, integrated, permanent, part of who he had become. But the acorn also showed him something else. Other people walking the paths he had walked. Sarah, perhaps, or Thomas, or any of 1,000 other weary souls who would eventually find their way to that sacred space. The grove was not his alone. It belonged to everyone who needed it. And part of his transformation, part of what the grove had taught him, was to share its existence, to tell others about it, to give them the permission and directions to seek what he had found. Merlin closed his fingers around the glowing acorn and held it against his heart. "Thank you," he whispered, "for calling me home, for changing me, for staying with me. I understand now. The journey wasn't just for me. It was so I could help others find their way to you." The acorn pulsed warmly, as if in agreement. As the sun began to set, painting the western sky in shades of amber and crimson, Merlin walked back to his tower. But his steps were lighter than they had been in decades. His heart felt fuller. His purpose felt clearer. He was still Merlin the wizard, still powerful, still knowledgeable, still capable of extraordinary magic. But he was also simply Merlin, a soul who had learned to rest, who had remembered how to be present, who had discovered that his greatest strength was not his power, but his willingness to be vulnerable, to be human, to admit that even wizards needed care. Back at the tower, he lit candles and prepared dinner for himself and his students who would arrive soon. Not a grand meal, but a simple one made with attention and care. As he worked, he hummed a tune he had learned centuries ago, rediscovering the joy of music that he had set aside for too long. When his students arrived, they found him different, more relaxed, more present, more willing to laugh at mistakes and share stories and admit when he didn't know something. The lessons that evening were filled not just with instruction, but with connection, with genuine care for each person's journey, not just their magical development. And when the evening ended and his students departed, Merlin stood at his window one final time, looking toward the distant grove he could no longer see in the darkness, but could always feel in his heart. "I will return," he promised the night, "not because I must, but because I want to, because you are home. And because everyone needs to return home sometimes, to remember who they truly are." The glowing acorn in his pocket pulsed warmly, and Merlin smiled. He had walked into the sacred grove exhausted and depleted, carrying the weight of centuries. He had emerged renewed and transformed, carrying peace and clarity and perspective. But more than that, he had learned that transformation was not a destination, but a journey. That change was not a single moment, but a daily practice. That the gifts the grove had given him required tending, nurturing, protecting from the world's constant demands. And he would do that work, would return to the grove when needed, would share its existence with others, would live from the fullness he had discovered, rather than the depletion he had normalized. Merlin, the ancient wizard who had forgotten how to rest, had finally come home to himself. And in that homecoming, he had discovered something more valuable than any spell or power or knowledge he had accumulated across his long life. He had discovered peace, real, lasting, sustainable peace. And that changed everything. The stars emerged one by one above his tower. The night breeze carried the scent of distant forests and ancient magic. And Merlin stood at his window, holding the grove's gift close, knowing that whatever challenges tomorrow brought, he would face them not from depletion, but from fullness. Not alone, but connected. Not as a legend, but as a human being who happened to work magic. The sacred grove had called him. He had answered. And in answering, he had been transformed. The journey was complete. The healing was done. And yet, in another sense, the journey was just beginning. Because now he understood that healing was not something you achieved once and finished. It was something you practiced daily, something you returned to again and again, something you shared with others so they too could find their way home. Merlin closed his eyes and whispered one final thanks into the night. To the grove, to the grandfather oak, to the whispering spring and the circle of stars, to the magic that had remembered him when he had forgotten himself. And in the darkness behind his eyelids, he could see it all. The ancient trees standing in moonlight, the silver bark glowing, the stars wheeling overhead. Home, always home, waiting whenever he needed to return. And with that knowledge warming him like the acorn's glow, Merlin finally allowed himself to truly, deeply rest. Not just his body, not just his mind, but his soul, the great wizard, the eternal wanderer, the one who had carried the weight of the world. Finally, at peace. Beyond the grandfather oak. The evening settles slowly over the land, softening edges and quieting sounds. Merlin walks a path he has walked many times before, his staff moving gently against earth that remembers his footsteps. There is no hurry in his movement, no destination that pulls at him with urgency. Only the steady rhythm of walking, of breathing, of being present in this moment that stretches long and peaceful. The air around him is cool, not cold, but refreshing in the way autumn air can be, carrying the scent of turning leaves and distant wood smoke. Merlin breathes it in slowly, holds it for a moment, releases it just as slowly. His body knows this rhythm, has known it for longer than memory can hold. The path leads him toward the forest, the ancient forest where the sacred grove lives, where peace waits patient and unchanging, where time moves at its own unhurried pace. He has been there before, will be there again. This is not a journey with an ending, but a returning, like breath returning to lungs, like seasons returning to earth. The trees at the forest's edge are already changing. Their leaves hold less green now, more gold, more copper, more amber. Some have already fallen, carpeting the ground in layers of color that rustle softly when the wind moves through them. But even that sound is gentle. The forest knows how to be quiet, knows how to hold space for rest. Merlin's feet find the boundary without conscious thought. Here, where the ordinary world meets the sacred space. Here, where one kind of time gives way to another. He stops, not because he must, but because it feels right to pause, to acknowledge the threshold, to let his breathing settle even more deeply before he steps across. The trees lean close, their branches creating an archway that might have been shaped by hands, or might have grown this way naturally over countless years. Merlin cannot remember which, and it does not matter. What matters is the welcome, the sense of being received, of being held, of being home. He steps across the threshold, and the world softens further still. The sounds of the outside world, already quiet, fade to something even quieter. Not silence, but a kind of hushed presence where every small sound becomes clear and distinct. The whisper of wind through high branches, the settling of earth beneath his feet, his own breathing, steady and deep and calm. Merlin continues walking, and the path unfolds before him as it always does, winding between massive oak trunks, following contours of land shaped by time beyond counting. The light here is different from the light outside, softer, more golden, filtered through so many layers of leaves that it arrives gentle and warm, like honey spread thin across everything it touches. His staff taps a quiet rhythm, once, twice, again, not marking time so much as accompanying it, adding one more small sound to the forest's evening song. Merlin's eyes rest on the path ahead, but he is not looking for anything in particular, not searching or seeking or planning, simply walking, being, allowing the grove to be itself around him. A deer moves through the trees to his left, silent except for the softest brush of leaves. It does not startle or run, simply continues its own path, crossing his, disappearing into shadow. Merlin watches it go without thought, without analysis. The deer is here, then it is not. Both states are equally peaceful. The path curves gently, and Merlin follows its curve without question. He knows where it leads, but the knowing sits quiet in the back of his mind, not pulling at his attention. What matters is the walking itself, the way his feet find earth, the way his breath moves in and out, the way the grove holds him as he moves through it. Time is doing what time does in this place, stretching, softening, losing its edges until it becomes difficult to say how long he has been walking. Minutes, hours, the distinction fades, becomes unimportant. There is only this moment, extending peacefully in all directions. The light continues to soften as evening deepens toward night. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but with that gradual quality that makes it hard to notice the change until you realize the world around you has become a different shade of itself. The golden light shifts toward amber, toward copper, toward the first hints of silver, as the moon begins its slow rise somewhere beyond the canopy. Merlin's breathing has slowed to match the grove's rhythm. Deep, full, unhurried. Each breath in draws the forest's peace deeper into his body. Each breath out releases anything that does not serve this moment. He is not trying to breathe this way. It simply happens, the way water flows downhill, the way leaves fall when they are ready. The path opens into a small clearing, and Merlin slows even more. Here a fallen log lies across soft grass, its bark long gone, its wood worn smooth by weather and time. He moves toward it without deciding to move toward it. His body knows rest when rest is offered. He sits on the log, and it holds his weight with solid patience. His staff rests beside him, leaning against his shoulder. His hands fold loosely in his lap, and for a long moment he simply sits, not meditating with any technique, not thinking about anything in particular, just sitting, being present with the clearing, with the evening, with the gentle darkening of light around him. A bird calls somewhere in the canopy above, a long, low note that trails into silence. Then another bird answers, farther away, its voice a soft echo of the first. Merlin listens without listening for anything. The sounds come, the sounds fade. Both arriving and leaving are equally part of the piece. His eyes rest on the grass at his feet, each blade distinct in the fading light, each one moving slightly in a breeze too gentle to feel against his skin. The movement is hypnotic in its softness. Back and forth, a slow wave passing through the clearing without beginning or end. Merlin's breathing deepens further. His shoulders, already relaxed, release some last small bit of holding he did not know was there. His jaw softens. His hands rest heavier in his lap. The weight of his body settles more fully onto the log, onto the earth beneath it, and the earth receives that weight without effort, without strain. He is not thinking about the grandfather oak, though he knows it stands not far from here, is not planning to visit the whispering spring or the circle of stars, though those places too exist within the grove, waiting patient and unchanging. Right now, there is only this clearing, this log, this sitting, this breathing, this being. The moon has risen enough now that its light begins to filter through the canopy, adding silver to the amber. The two lights mix, creating something neither gold nor white, but some gentle combination of both. Shadows deepen in some places, soften in others. The clearing takes on a quality almost like being underwater, everything moving slowly, everything peaceful. Merlin's eyes grow heavy, though he does not fight to keep them open. If they close, they close. If they remain open, they remain open. Both states are equally restful. His breathing continues its steady rhythm, requiring no attention, no effort. In, out, in, out a tide that knows its own timing. Time continues doing its strange work, stretching, folding, becoming something other than the measured thing it is in the world beyond the grove's boundaries. Merlin has no sense of how long he has been sitting, does not need to know. The sitting is not leading anywhere, is not preparing him for something else. The sitting is simply the sitting. A small night creature moves through the grass near his feet. A mouse, perhaps, or something similar. It pauses, nose twitching, then continues on its way. Merlin watches it without moving, without disturbing its journey. The mouse disappears into shadow, and Merlin's eyes return to their soft focus on nothing in particular. His thoughts, when they arise, are gentle things. Not plans or worries or analyses, just noticing. The way the moonlight touches that tree trunk. The way the air has grown slightly cooler. The way his breathing sounds soft and rhythmic in the quiet. The thoughts come, linger briefly, fade away like ripples in still water. He is aware, in some distant way, that the grove is holding him, not with hands or force, but with presence, with the accumulated peace of countless years, countless cycles of seasons, countless moments of stillness just like this one. The grove knows how to hold space for rest, has been doing it since before Merlin was born, will continue doing it long after he is gone. That knowledge settles over him like a blanket, warm, comforting, asking nothing. His eyes close now, though he is not sleeping, not quite. Resting in that space between waking and sleep where both exist at once. His body is here, sitting on this log in this clearing. His awareness is here too, but softer now, less focused, more diffuse, spreading out into the evening, into the grove, into the gentle darkness that continues to deepen around him. The bird calls again, once, twice. Silence follows, and the silence is as much a part of the evening as the sound was. Merlin breathes. The grove breathes with him. And somewhere nearby, though he is not thinking about it now, the grandfather oak stands in its own clearing, patient and ancient, waiting for whenever he is ready to continue his gentle journey deeper into the peace that has no end. But for now, this moment, this breath, this sitting, this is enough. More than enough. Everything. Merlin sits on the log. The evening continues around him. Quiet, soft. The light fades slowly, very slowly. So slowly it is hard to notice the change from one moment to the next. But it is changing. The amber light becomes darker amber, then copper, then something closer to gray, then silver as the moon rises somewhere beyond the trees. He breathes in. He breathes out. In, out, and the rhythm is steady, unchanging. His chest rises. His chest falls, rises, falls, over and over. The same movement, the same breath. Nothing changes, and that is peaceful. The grass moves in the breeze, back and forth, each blade bending, then straightening, and bending again. The same movement repeated endlessly. Merlin watches without thinking about what he is watching. The grass moves. He watches. That is all. His hands rest in his lap, heavy, still. The fingers are loose, not holding anything, not reaching for anything, just resting. The weight of them pulls gently downward, his palms face up, open, empty, nothing to hold, nothing needed. Time passes. How much time, he does not know, does not need to know. Time is moving the way it moves here, slowly, stretching, each moment lasting longer than moments usually last. Or perhaps moments are always this long, and outside the grove he simply does not notice. Either way, time is passing, slowly. The moon continues rising. Its light grows stronger. Not bright, just stronger than before. Silver light touches the tops of trees first, then reaches lower, lower, until it touches the clearing where Merlin sits. The grass becomes silver. The log becomes silver. His robes become silver. Everything silver and soft and quiet. He breathes in. He breathes out. In. Out. The same breath. The same rhythm. Nothing changes. A leaf falls from somewhere above. Slowly. Drifting. Turning as it falls. Down. Down. It lands on the grass. Near Merlin's feet. Settles there. Becomes still. Merlin watches it fall, watches it land, watches it become still. Then his eyes move past it, to nothing in particular. The leaf is there. Then it is not important. Both the same. His shoulders have no tension. His neck has no tension. His jaw rests loose. His tongue rests soft in his mouth. His eyes are half closed now, heavy, not fighting to stay open, just heavy. The lids drift lower, then stay there, half open, half closed, somewhere in between, resting in that in-between place. The night creatures are moving in the forest around the clearing. Small sounds, a rustle here. A soft step there, something moving through leaves, something climbing bark. The sounds come, the sounds go. Merlin hears them without listening for them. They are part of the evening, part of the quiet, part of the peace. His breathing continues, in, out, steady, deep, slow, each breath exactly like the one before. Each breath exactly like the one that will come next. The same breath, over and over. Peaceful, simple, easy. The log beneath him is solid, unmoving. It has been here a long time. Will be here a long time more. Merlin's weight presses down on it. The log accepts that weight, does not shift or complain, just holds him, the way earth holds trees, the way water holds stones. Simple holding, nothing complicated about it. More time passes. The moon climbs higher. The silver light grows slightly brighter, but still soft, still gentle, not harsh. Never harsh here. The shadows in the clearing shift as the moon moves, slowly, very slowly. So slowly, the movement is almost impossible to see. But the shadows are different than they were before, deeper in some places, lighter in others. Merlin's eyes close fully now, not sleeping, not yet, but closed. The darkness behind his eyelids is soft, comfortable, restful. There is nothing to see with eyes closed, just darkness, and that is enough, more than enough. His breathing continues without him thinking about it. In, out, and out. The body knows how to breathe, has always known, needs no instruction, no attention. The breath comes, the breath goes, over and over, the same, always the same, peaceful. He sits. The evening continues, both things happening at once. The sitting, the continuing, neither pulling at the other, neither demanding anything, just both existing, both peaceful. The breeze moves through the clearing again, gentle, barely strong enough to feel. It touches Merlin's face, his hands, moves past, gone, then comes again, the same gentle touch, over and over. The breeze is not trying to go anywhere, not trying to do anything, just moving, the way air moves, simple, natural, easy. Merlin's body has become very still, not held still, not forced still, just the way a stone is still, the way water in a deep pool is still, resting in its own weight, in its own presence. Nothing to do, nowhere to go, just being still. His thoughts, when they come now, are very quiet, very small, more like shadows of thoughts than thoughts themselves. They drift through his mind the way clouds drift across sky, slow, shapeless, not staying, not asking for attention, just passing through, then gone. The darkness behind his eyelids is complete now, soft, warm, comfortable, like being wrapped in something gentle, something that asks nothing, is everything. The darkness holds him the way the grove holds him, the way the log holds him. Simple holding, peaceful holding. His breathing has become even slower, so slow each breath takes a long time. In, very slowly. Out, very slowly. The pause between breaths grows longer, but not uncomfortable, just longer, more space, more quiet, more peace. The clearing is very quiet now. The night creatures have settled into their own stillness. The breeze has stopped for a moment. Even the grass is still. Everything resting. Everything quiet. Everything held in the grove's endless peace. Merlin sits in this stillness, part of it, not separate from it. His breathing part of the evening's breathing. His stillness part of the forest's stillness. His peace part of the grove's peace. All of it together. All of it the same. All of it simple. Time continues passing, but it does not matter how much time. Time here is different, kinder, more patient, It does not push, does not pull, just flows like water, like breath, like the slow turning of seasons, natural, easy, peaceful. The moon is higher now. Its light fills the clearing more completely. But Merlin does not see this. His eyes are closed. His awareness is turned inward, gentle, soft, resting inside his own body, feeling the weight of his hands, the rise and fall of his chest, the quiet presence of being alive, being here, being held. Nothing needs to happen. Nothing needs to change. This moment is complete exactly as it is. The sitting, the breathing, the darkness, the quiet, the peace, all of it enough. All of it more than enough. All of it everything. Merlin breathes in, breathes out, in, out. The rhythm continues, will continue, has always continued. The same breath, the same peace, the same gentle darkness behind closed eyes. And in this darkness, in this quiet, in this moment that stretches long and peaceful, there is nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to be except exactly who he is right now, sitting, breathing, resting, held. The grove holds him, the evening holds him, the darkness holds him, and he lets himself be held, completely, simply, without question, without thought, just held, felt, just held, breathing, resting, being, peace. Merlin sits in the clearing. The night has deepened around him, darker now, quieter. The moon has climbed higher still. Its light falls through the trees in soft silver streams. One stream touches his shoulder. Another touches the grass near his feet. The light is gentle, cool, asking nothing. He breathes in, out, the same rhythm as before, the same slow movement of air. Nothing is changed. Nothing needs to change. The breathing continues, steady, peaceful, simple. His body rests on the log, heavy now, very heavy. The weight of arms, the weight of legs, the weight of head and shoulders, all of it pressing down, down into the log, down into the earth beneath the log. The earth receives this weight, holds it, the way it has held weight for countless years, patient, unmoving, solid. Time moves around him, through him. He cannot say how long he has been sitting here, does not try to say. The question does not rise. There is only this moment, this breath, this sitting. How long does not matter, has never mattered, will never matter. The darkness behind his closed eyes is complete, soft, warm, like resting in water, like resting in air, like resting in nothing at all, just darkness, simple darkness, comfortable darkness, the kind that asks for nothing, gives everything. His hands have not moved, still resting in his lap, still heavy. still open, the fingers curved slightly, naturally, the way fingers curve when there is no tension, no holding, no reaching, just resting, being hands, nothing more needed. A sound comes from somewhere in the forest, soft, distant, an owl perhaps, or something else. The sound comes, stays for a moment, fades, gone. Merlin hears it without thinking about it. The sound was there. Now it is not. Both the same, both peaceful. His breathing continues. In, out, in, out. So slow now. Each breath taking its time. No hurry, no rush. The air comes in slowly, fills his lungs slowly, stays for a moment, then flows out slowly, the same slow rhythm, over and over, endless, peaceful. The clearing is very still. The breeze has stopped completely now. The grass does not move. The leaves do not rustle. Even the air itself seems to be holding still, resting, everything resting together. The trees, the earth, the grass, the air, Merlin, all resting, all still, all held in the same deep quiet. His shoulders have no memory of tension. His neck has no memory of strain. His jaw rests so loose, it might not be there at all. His tongue soft, his teeth not touching, everything loose. Everything soft, everything resting in its own natural place. The weight of his body grows heavier, pressing down more. The log accepts this weight, does not shift, does not protest, just the way the grove holds everything, simple, complete, asking nothing in return. More time passes, or perhaps no time passes. Perhaps time has stopped here. Perhaps time never existed here at all. Either way, there is only this moment, this breath, this sitting, this peace. Nothing before, nothing after, just this. The moon continues its slow climb. The silver light shifts slightly. A shadow moves across the grass, slowly, so slowly, the way shadows move when the moon moves. Natural, unhurried, part of the night's gentle turning. Merlin's awareness has become very small, very quiet. Not thinking, not planning, not remembering. Just a small point of presence, barely there, like a candle flame turned down low, still burning, but so small, so quiet, almost nothing. His breathing is almost silent now. The softest whisper of air moving in, moving out, so gentle it barely disturbs the stillness around him. In, out, in, out, the same, always the same, will always be the same. The darkness behind his eyelids seems to deepen, becomes darker than darkness, softer than softness. He rests in this darkness the way a stone rests at the bottom of a deep pool, settled, unmoving, at peace. Nothing pulls at him, nothing calls to him. There is nowhere to go, nothing to do, no one to be. Just this sitting, this breathing, this resting, this being held by the grove, by the night, by the endless quiet. His hands grow heavier still, so heavy they might sink through his lap, through the log, through the earth, down and down. But they do not sink. They rest, heavy, still, at peace. The night creatures are silent now, sleeping perhaps, or simply still. Either way, the forest is quiet. The clearing is quiet. Everything is quiet. The kind of quiet that is not the absence of sound, but the presence of peace. Merlin's body has become part of the log, part of the earth, part of the grove itself. There is no separation between his body and the world around him. All of it together, all of it the same, all of it resting, all of it peaceful. His breathing continues, so slow, so soft, in, out, in, out, the rhythm like the rhythm of waves on a distant shore. Gentle, endless, unchanging, each breath the same as every other breath, perfect in its sameness, perfect in its simplicity. The moon reaches its highest point. The silver light fills the clearing completely now. But Merlin does not see this. His eyes remain closed. His awareness remains small, turned inward, resting in the quiet space inside his own being. The space where there is no thought, no word, no image, just presence, simple presence. Time has lost all meaning. There is no before, no after, no now that is separate from any other now. Just this moment that extends in all directions. This moment that has no edges, no boundaries, no end. His body is so still it might be sleeping, but he is not sleeping, not quite, resting in that space between, where the body is still, but some small awareness remains. Peaceful awareness, not alert, not watching, just there, barely there, almost not there at all. The weight in his hands, the weight in his arms, the weight in his legs, the weight in his head, all of it pressing down, gently, naturally, the way weight always presses down, following the pull of the earth, following gravity, following the natural order of things. Nothing needs to happen. Nothing needs to change. This moment is complete, has always been complete, will always be complete. The sitting, the breathing, the resting, the peace, all of it enough, all of it everything. The darkness behind his eyelids seems endless now, going on forever, in all directions, no edges to find, no walls to touch. Just darkness, soft darkness, welcoming darkness, the kind you could rest in forever and never want to leave. Merlin breathes. In, out, in, out. The rhythm continues, will always continue, has always been continuing. The same breath, the same peace, the same gentle letting go of everything that is not this moment. And in this moment, in this darkness, in this quiet that goes deeper than any quiet he has ever known, there is nothing to hold, nothing to carry, nothing to be except exactly this breathing, this resting, this being held by something larger than himself, something ancient, something patient, something that has been holding him all along, The grove holds him. The night holds him. The darkness holds him. The earth holds him. And he lets himself be held completely, without question, without thought, without any need to understand or know or do. Just held, breathing, resting, being, still, quiet, peace. The night continues. Merlin continues sitting. The two things happening together. The night, the sitting, both the same, both peaceful, both held in the grove's endless quiet. His breathing moves through him, in, out, so slow, now it is barely breathing at all, just the smallest movement of air, the gentlest rise and fall of chest, almost nothing, almost stillness, but not quite, still breathing, still here, still resting. The moon has begun its slow descent, moving toward the west. Toward morning it will come eventually, but is not here yet. Not for a long time yet. The silver light shifts as the moon moves. Shadows change places, slowly, very slowly. The way everything moves here, without hurry, without effort. Merlin's body is heavy, so heavy, like stone, like earth itself. The weight pulls down, down. His shoulders sink lower. His head tilts forward slightly, just slightly. His chin closer to his chest. The weight of his head too much to hold upright anymore. But it does not matter. The letting go feels good, feels natural, feels right. His hands in his lap have become part of his lap. No separation, just weight resting on weight, stillness resting on stillness. The fingers do not move, have not moved for a long time, will not move. There is no reason to move. Everything is complete exactly as it is. The darkness behind his closed eyes goes on forever, endless, deep, soft. He rests in this darkness the way water rests in a well, deep down, cool, undisturbed, at the very bottom of everything, where it is quietest, where it is most still. His awareness has become smaller still, just a tiny point now, barely there, like a single star in a vast sky, small, distant, quiet, not watching, not thinking, just existing, barely existing, almost not existing at all. Time has stopped meaning anything. There is no counting here, no measuring, no sense of minutes or hours. Only this moment, this endless moment. This moment that might be 1 second or 1 year, no difference. All the same, all peaceful. The clearing is perfectly still. Nothing moves. The grass does not stir. The trees do not sway. Even the air has become completely motionless. Held. Everything held in the same deep stillness. The stillness that lives at the center of all things. The stillness that was here before anything else. That will be here after everything else is gone. Merlin breathes. In, out, Out, the rhythm so slow, so gentle, each breath taking so long, the air moving in like honey, thick, slow, sweet, and moving out the same way, slow, gentle, easy. His body has no tension anywhere, no tightness, no holding, everything loose, everything soft. Muscles that normally hold him upright have let go. Let the weight fall where it wants to fall. Let gravity do its work. Simple, natural, the way bodies rest when there is no more trying. The weight of his arms, the weight of his legs, the weight of his torso, the weight of his head, all of it pressing down, finding the lowest place, the most restful place, the place where effort ends and being begins. The moon continues its descent. The silver light grows slightly softer, not darker, just softer, the way light softens when night is deepest, when morning is still far away, when there is nothing but this darkness, this quiet, this peace. Merlin's thoughts have stopped completely. There's no thinking happening, no words forming, no images appearing, just emptiness, quiet emptiness, peaceful emptiness, a kind of emptiness that is full, that holds everything by holding nothing. His breathing continues without him. The body knows what to do, breathes on its own, in, out, no attention needed, no awareness required, just happening, the way waves happen, the way wind happens, natural, automatic, easy. The darkness behind his eyelids is complete, total, no light anywhere, just black, soft black, warm black, comfortable black, the kind of darkness that feels like home, like safety, like the deepest rest. His body is so still, could be part of the log, part of the earth, part of the grove itself. No boundary between his body and the world around him. All of it one thing, all of it together, all of it resting. Nothing disturbs this stillness. Nothing breaks this quiet. The night continues. The sitting continues. The breathing continues. All of it the same. All of it unchanging. All of it peaceful. Time flows around him, through him, but does not touch him. He is outside time now, beyond time, in a place where time does not reach, where only this moment exists, this eternal moment, this moment without beginning or end. His awareness grows smaller, dimmer, like a light being turned down, lower, lower, almost gone, on, just the faintest sense of being here, of existing, of breathing, nothing more, nothing else, just the smallest awareness, the quietest presence. The weight in his body grows heavier, pulls down more, his shoulders lower further, his head tilts forward more, the letting go deepening, the release becoming more complete, everything falling toward rest, toward stillness, toward peace. The moon moves closer to the horizon. The light shifts again, becomes even softer. The shadows in the clearing deepen, grow darker, but it does not matter. Merlin's eyes are closed. His awareness is inside, deep inside, where there is no light, no shadow, only darkness, only quiet, only peace. His hands rest so still they might be carved from wood, from stone, unmoving, unchanging. The fingers curved in their natural way. No effort, no tension. Just resting, being hands. Nothing more needed, nothing more possible. The breathing continues. In, out, in, out. So slow, so soft, almost imperceptible. The gentlest movement, the smallest rise and fall. Barely there, but still there. Still breathing, still being, still resting. The clearing holds him. The log holds him. The earth holds him. The grove holds him. The night holds him. All of it holding him together, supporting him, letting him rest, letting him be, asking nothing, giving everything. His body has become part of the night, part of the darkness, part of the quiet. No separation, no boundary, all of it one, all of it the same, all of it resting together. Nothing needs to happen. Nothing will happen. There is only this sitting, this breathing, this darkness, this quiet, this peace that goes on forever, that has no end, that asks for nothing, that gives everything. Merlin rests, the night rests, the grove rests, everything rests. Everything is still. Everything is peaceful. Everything is exactly as it should be. The breathing continues, will always continue. The same breath, the same peace, the same gentle presence that asks nothing, knows nothing, wants nothing, just is. In, out, in, out. Soft, slow, simple. Breathing, resting, being, here, now, always, still, quiet, peace, deep, complete, whole, rest. The night holds Merlin. The darkness holds him. The quiet holds him. Everything holds him. Gentle, complete, asking nothing. He sits. He breathes. He rests. The same as before. The same as always. Nothing changes. Nothing needs to change. His breathing moves through him. In, out, the slowest breathing. The gentlest breathing. Almost no breathing at all. Just the smallest movement. The softest whisper of air. Coming, going, coming, going. Endless, peaceful, simple, simple, simple as a. The moon is lower now, moving toward the horizon. The silver light fades slightly, becomes softer still. The clearing grows darker, quieter, deeper, but Merlin does not notice. His eyes remain closed. His awareness remains small, turned inward, resting in the quiet space inside himself. The space where nothing moves, where nothing changes, where only peace exists. His body is so heavy, so still, like it has always been sitting here, like it will always sit here, the weight pressing down, down into the log, down into the earth receiving, the earth holding, patient, solid, unchanging. His hands rest, his arms rest, his legs rest, his head rests, everything resting, everything heavy, everything still, no part of him wanting to move, no part of him needing to move, just resting, being heavy, being still, being held. The darkness behind his eyelids is complete, total, deep. He has become part of this darkness, not separate from it, not looking at it, just in it, of it. The darkness in him, the same thing. Both quiet, both still, both peaceful. Time has no meaning here, never had meaning, will never have meaning. There is only this moment, this breath, this sitting, this darkness, this peace, nothing before it, nothing after it, just this, forever this, always this. His awareness is the smallest point, the dimmest light, barely there, almost gone, just a tiny sense of being, of existing, of breathing, nothing more, nothing else. The smallest awareness, the quietest presence, almost nothing at all. The breathing continues, in, out, so slow, so soft, the body breathing itself. No thought needed, no attention required, just happening. The way the moon rises, the way the earth turns, natural, automatic, simple. His shoulders have fallen completely. No holding, no tension, just weight pulling down, his head tilted forward, chin near chest, the neck muscles soft, released, letting go. The weight of the head too much to hold, but not needing to hold, just letting it fall, letting it rest. The clearing is darker now, the moon moving lower, the light fading more. But the darkness is not empty. It is full, full of quiet, full of peace, full of the grove's endless holding. The darkness does not press, does not demand, just is, gentle, complete, whole. Merlin's body is so still, could be part of the earth, part of the log, part of the grove itself. No movement anywhere, no breath visible, just stillness, deep stillness. The stillness that lives at the center of everything. That was here before anything else. That will remain when everything else is gone. The breathing is barely there now. The softest whisper. In, out, almost imperceptible. Almost nothing. But still there. Still happening. Still peaceful. Still simple. His hands in his lap are completely still. The fingers curved slightly. Naturally. No tension. No holding. Just resting. Being hands. The weight of them pressing down. Down through his lap. Down through the log. Down into the earth that holds everything. The darkness behind his closed eyes goes on forever, in all directions, no edges, no boundaries, no walls, Just darkness. Endless darkness. Peaceful darkness. The kind you could rest in forever. The kind that asks nothing, gives everything. His awareness has become almost nothing. Just the faintest sense of being here, of existing, of breathing. A tiny point of light in vast darkness, growing dimmer, smaller, almost gone, almost not there at all. Time flows around him, through him. But he is not in time anymore. He is outside it, beyond it, in a place where time does not reach, where only this moment exists, this eternal moment. This moment without beginning, without end, just this. The night is deepest now, the moon touching the horizon, the light almost gone, the darkness almost complete. But the darkness is not cold, not empty. It is warm, full, peaceful, the grove's darkness, the night's darkness, the darkness that holds everything gently. Merlin breathes, in, out, the same breath, the same peace, the same gentle letting go of everything that is not this moment, this darkness, this quiet, this rest. His body is so heavy, so still, like stone, like earth, like the log itself. No separation between his body and the world around him. All of it one thing, all of it resting, all of it held. The breathing continues, will always continue. The body knows what to do, breathes without thought, without effort, without awareness, just breathing. In, out, slow, simple, peaceful, peaceful, breathing, in, out. His awareness grows smaller still, dimmer, fainter, like a candle flame going out. Slowly, gently, the light growing weaker, smaller, almost gone. Just the faintest glow, the smallest presence, almost nothing. The darkness behind his eyelids is everything now. There is nothing but darkness, soft darkness, warm darkness, peaceful darkness. He rests in this darkness completely, without question, without thought, just resting, being held, being quiet, being still. Nothing moves, nothing changes. The night continues. The sitting continues. The breathing continues. All of it the same. All of it peaceful. All of it complete. His body has no memory of tension, no memory of movement, no memory of anything but this. This sitting, this resting, this being held by the earth, by the log, by the grove, by the night, by the darkness. All of it holding him, all of it peaceful. The breathing is almost imperceptible now. The smallest movement, the gentlest whisper, in, out, barely there, almost nothing, but still there, still peaceful, still simple. Time has stopped, or never existed. Either way, there is only this moment, this breath, this darkness, this peace. Nothing else, never anything else, just this. His awareness is almost gone. Just the faintest sense of being, of existing, of breathing. A tiny point growing dimmer, smaller. Almost nothing now. Almost not there. The moon has set. The silver light is gone. The clearing is dark. Completely dark. But the darkness is not empty. It is full. Full of peace. Full of quiet. Full of the grove's endless holding. Merlin rests. The night rests. The grove rests. Everything rests. Everything is still. Everything is peaceful. Everything is exactly as it should be. The breathing continues. In, out, so slow, so soft. The same breath, the same peace, the same gentle presence. And in this darkness, in this quiet, in this moment that has no end, there is nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to be. Just this breathing, this resting, this being held, this peace, deep, complete, whole, soft, dark, quiet, still, rest, here, now, always, breathing, resting, being, peace. The path of gentle darkness. Merlin stands slowly, very slowly. His body has been sitting for a long time. The muscles remember stillness. They move now, but gently, without hurry. He rises from the log and his legs hold him. Steady, patient. They know what to do. He stands in the clearing. The darkness is deep around him. The moon has set. The stars give only the faintest light, just enough to see shapes, the outline of trees, the edge of grass, the path leading away into shadow. Nothing more, just shapes in darkness. He breathes, in, out, standing now instead of sitting. But the breathing is the same, slow, deep, steady. The rhythm unchanged, in, out, simple, peaceful. His staff rests against his shoulder where he left it. He reaches for it slowly. His hand finds the smooth wood, familiar, the weight of it known, comfortable. He holds it loosely, not gripping, just holding. The staff an old friend, patient, steady. Merlin looks toward the path. It leads away from the clearing into deeper darkness, into the parts of the grove he has not visited tonight. The path calls quietly, not urgently, not demanding, just there, waiting, the way paths wait, patient, always patient. He takes one step, then another. His feet find the earth, solid beneath him, supporting him. Each step slow, careful, not because he might fall, but because there is no hurry, no need to rush. The path will be there whether he walks quickly or slowly. So he walks slowly. The staff taps softly against the ground. Once, twice, again. A quiet rhythm, matching his steps, matching his breathing. All of it together. The walking, the breathing, the tapping. All one rhythm. all one piece. The darkness around him is complete. He can barely see the path beneath his feet, but his feet know the way, have walked these paths before, will walk them again. They find the earth without his eyes needing to see. Simple, natural, easy. He walks, one step, another step, another. The same movement repeated, over and over. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. The rhythm unchanging, peaceful, simple. His body knows this rhythm, has always known it. The trees stand on either side of the path, tall, dark, silent. He cannot see them clearly, only their shapes, their presence. They are there, watching, holding space the way trees do, patient, unmoving, ancient. His breathing continues as he walks, in, out, the same slow rhythm. The walking does not change the breathing. Both happen together, both peaceful, both simple. In, out, step, in, out, step, step. The path curves gently. He follows the curve without thinking. His feet know where to go. The darkness does not confuse them, does not worry them. They walk. The path guides them. Simple, natural, easy. Time passes. He does not know how much, does not need to know. There is only this walking, this breathing, this darkness, this peace. How long does not matter, has never mattered, will never matter. His staff continues its quiet tapping. Once, twice, again, the sound soft, barely there, but steady, constant, a small sound in the great quiet of the grove, a sound that does not disturb, does not intrude, just is. The darkness seems to deepen as he walks, or perhaps his eyes are adjusting, growing used to seeing nothing, growing comfortable with darkness. Either way, the darkness is complete, soft, warm, welcoming. He walks, one step, another, the same movement, the same rhythm. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, over and over, endless, peaceful, his body moving without thought, without effort, just walking. The path leads downward slightly, a gentle slope. His feet feel the change, adjust without him thinking about it. The walking continues, steady, slow, down, down, following the path wherever it leads. His breathing is so slow now, so deep. In, out, each breath taking its time, no hurry, no rush. The air moving in slowly, staying, moving out slowly. The same gentle rhythm, always the same. The trees around him are closer now. He can sense them, their presence, their quiet watching. They do not speak, do not move, just stand the way trees stand, patient, solid, eternal. His body is heavy as he walks, not tired, just heavy, weighted, grounded, each step pressing down into the earth receiving each step, holding it, supporting it, the way earth always does, patient, unchanging. The darkness behind his half-closed eyes is the same as the darkness around him. All darkness the same, inside and outside blending, becoming one. He walks through darkness. He is darkness. All of it together, all of it peaceful. His staff taps, his feet step, his breath moves. All of it the same rhythm, all of it together. A slow song, a quiet song, the song of walking in darkness, the song of peace. Time has no meaning here, never had meaning. There is only this step, this breath, this darkness, this moment, extending forever, always the same, always peaceful. The path continues. He follows. One step, another, the same, always the same. His feet know the way. His body knows the rhythm. His breath knows the peace. The darkness holds him as he walks, soft, complete, not empty darkness, full darkness, the kind of darkness that supports, that comforts, that asks nothing, gives everything. He walks, breathes, exists, nothing more needed, nothing more possible, just this walking, this breathing, this being held by darkness, by the path, by the grove. His awareness is small, quiet, just enough to know he's walking, just enough to feel his feet, his breath, his staff. Nothing more, the smallest awareness, the quietest presence. The walking continues, will continue, has always been continuing. One step, another, slow, steady, peaceful, the rhythm of feet on earth, of breath in body, of being in darkness. And in this walking, in this darkness, in this gentle movement through night, there is nothing to reach, nowhere to arrive, just the walking itself, the breathing itself, the being itself, peaceful, simple, complete, walking, breathing, being, here, now, always, step, breath, still, quiet, peace. Merlin continues walking. The path continues leading, both happening together, both the same, both peaceful. His feet move. One step, another, the same movement, the same rhythm. Slow, steady, unchanging. The darkness is complete around him. Deep, soft. He cannot see where the path leads, cannot see what lies ahead. But it does not matter. His feet know. His body knows. The path guides him. Simple, natural, easy. He breathes as he walks. In, out, the same slow rhythm, the walking and breathing together. One rhythm, one movement, one piece. In, out, step, step, in, out, step, step. His staff taps against the earth. Once, twice, again, the sound quiet, barely there, but constant, steady. A small heartbeat in the darkness. Tap, tap, over and over. The path slopes downward still, gentle, not steep. His feet adjust, press down, find the earth, support him. They do this without thought, without effort. The body knows how to walk, has always known. Time passes around him, through him, but he is not in time. He is outside it, beyond it. There is only this step, this breath, this moment, nothing before, nothing after, just this. The trees on either side of the path are very close now. He can sense their presence, their quiet standing, their patient watching. They do not move, do not speak, just are the way trees are, ancient, solid, still. His breathing continues, so slow, so deep, each breath taking forever, the air moving in, slowly, so slowly, filling his lungs, staying, then moving out, slowly, gently, the same slow rhythm, always the same. His body is heavy as he walks, each step an effort, not a hard effort, just effort, the lifting of one foot, the placing of it down, then the other foot, the same, over and over, heavy, slow, peaceful. The darkness seems to thicken, becomes more present, more real, not pressing, not threatening, just there. Soft darkness, warm darkness, the kind you could rest in forever. His eyes are half closed now, not looking, not needing to look. The darkness is the same whether eyes are open or closed. All darkness the same, all peaceful, all complete. The staff continues its tapping. Tap, tap, a rhythm older than thought, older than words, the rhythm of walking, of moving through darkness, of being held by night. He walks, one step, another, another. The path curves slightly. He follows without thinking. His feet know, his body knows. The walking continues, steady, slow, simple. His awareness is very small now, just enough to know he is walking, just enough to feel his breath, his feet, his staff, nothing more. The smallest presence, the quietest being. The darkness behind his closed eyes and the darkness around him are the same now. No difference, no boundary. All of it one darkness, one peace, one quiet holding. Time has stopped, or never existed. Either way, there is only this step, this breath, this darkness, this moment that extends forever, that has no edges, no end. The path continues downward, gentle, patient, leading him deeper, deeper into the grove, deeper into darkness, deeper into peace. He follows, one step, another, another. His breathing is barely there now, the softest whisper, in, out, almost imperceptible, Almost nothing, but still there, still peaceful, still simple. His body moves without him. The feet walk, the breath breathes, the staff taps, all of it happening, all of it peaceful, all of it without thought, without effort, just happening. The darkness is everything now. There is nothing but darkness, soft, complete, endless. He walks through this darkness. He is this darkness, all the same, all peaceful. The walking continues, will always continue, has always been continuing. One step, another, another, slow, heavy, the rhythm of feet on earth, of body in darkness, of being in peace. His awareness grows smaller, dimmer, like a light fading, going out, almost gone, just the faintest sense of being here, of walking, of breathing. Almost nothing now. The path levels slightly, still leading down, but gentler now. His feet feel the change, adjust, continue walking, slow, steady, the same rhythm, always the same. The darkness holds him completely, wraps around him, through him. He is held by darkness the way a child is held, gentle, complete, safe. The darkness asks nothing, gives everything. His staff taps, his feet step, his breath moves. All of it together, all of it one thing, one rhythm, one piece. Tap, breathe, tap, breathe. Time is not here. Time is not here, has never been here. There is only this moment, this eternal moment, this moment without beginning, without end, just forever this. The walking continues, the breathing continues, the darkness continues, all of it the same, all of it peaceful, all of it held in the grove's endless quiet. His body is so heavy, each step taking all his strength, not difficult, just heavy, the weight of him pressing down, down into the earth with each step, the earth receiving, holding, supporting. The darkness behind his eyes goes on forever, in all directions, no walls, no edges, just darkness, endless darkness, peaceful darkness, the kind you could rest in forever. His awareness is almost gone now, just the faintest point, the smallest light, almost nothing, almost not there at all, just barely being, barely knowing, barely here. The path continues. He follows. One step, another, another, slow, heavy, peaceful, the same movement, over and over, endless, simple. His breathing is almost imperceptible, the softest whisper of air, in, out, barely moving, barely there, but still there, still peaceful. The darkness is complete, total, deep. He rests in this darkness as he walks, held by it, supported by it. The darkness and him the same thing, both quiet, both still, both peaceful. The walking continues, the breathing continues, the being continues. All of it together, all of it one thing, all of it peace. His feet move, one step, another, the same, always the same, will always be the same, slow, heavy, the rhythm of peace. The darkness holds him, the path guides him, the grove surrounds him, and he walks, breathes, exists, nothing more needed, nothing more possible, just this walking, this breathing, this darkness, this peace, deep, complete, soft, dark, quiet, still, walking, breathing, being, here. The path leads Merlin deeper, deeper into darkness, deeper into quiet, deeper into the grove's endless peace. He walks, one step, another, the same movement, the same rhythm, slow, heavy, steady, his feet pressed down into the earth, each step sinking slightly, the earth soft here, softer than before, giving way beneath his weight, supporting him, holding him, the way earth always holds, patient, solid, unchanging. He breathes, in, out, the same slow rhythm, the walking and breathing together. One thing, one movement, one piece. His body knows this rhythm, has always known, will always know. A darkness around him is complete, total. He cannot see anything now, not the path, not the trees, not even his own feet, just darkness, soft darkness, warm darkness, the kind that holds everything gently. His staff taps against the earth. Tap, tap. The sound softer now. The earth hears softer. The tapping quieter. Barely there, but still steady. Still constant. Still peaceful. Time has no meaning. Never had meaning. There is only this step, this breath, this darkness, this moment that extends forever. That has always been. That will always be. His body is very heavy, each step requiring all his strength. Not difficult strength, just the effort of lifting, of placing, of moving forward. Slow, heavy, simple. The breathing continues. In, out, so slow now. Each breath taking forever. The air moving in like honey. Thick, slow, sweet, then moving out the same way. Slow, gentle, easy. See, slow, sweet, then moving out the same way, slow. His awareness is the smallest point, the dimmest light, barely there, almost gone, just enough to know he is walking, enough to feel his feet, his breath, his being, nothing more. The path continues downward, still gentle, still patient, leading him deeper into the grove, deeper into darkness, deeper into peace. He follows. One step, another. The darkness behind his closed eyes and the darkness around him are one thing now. No separation, no boundary. All darkness the same, all peaceful, all complete. He walks through darkness. He is darkness, all of it together. His staff taps, his feet step, his breath moves, all of it the same rhythm, all of it together. Tap, breathe, tap, breathe, over and over. Endless, simple, peaceful. The trees are very close now. He can sense them, their quiet presence, their patient standing. They surround him, hold space for him, the way trees do. Ancient, solid, still. His breathing is barely there, the softest whisper, in out and almost imperceptible, almost nothing, but still there, still peaceful, still the same. The walking continues, will always continue. One step, another, another, heavy. His body, moving without thought, without effort, just moving, being moved, held by the rhythm. Time is not here, space is not here. There is only this darkness, this walking, this breathing, this being, all of it one thing, all of it peace. His body is so heavy, like stone, like earth itself, each step pressing down, down into the soft earth, the earth receiving, holding, supporting, patient, unchanging. The darkness is everything. There is nothing but darkness, soft, warm, complete. He rests in this darkness as he walks, held by it, surrounded by it. Part of it, his awareness grows smaller, dimmer, fainter, like a candle going out, slowly, gently, the light fading, almost gone, just the faintest glow, the smallest knowing, almost nothing. The path levels slightly, very slightly. His feet feel the change. Adjust without thinking. Continue walking. Slow, heavy, steady, the same rhythm. Always the same. The staff continues tapping. Tap, tap, softer now. Quieter. Barely a sound. Just a presence, a rhythm, a small heartbeat in the vast darkness. His breathing is almost imperceptible, the gentlest movement, in, out, barely moving, barely there, but still there, still peaceful, still simple. The darkness holds him completely, wraps around him. Through him, he is held the way water holds a stone, complete, total, gentle. The darkness asks nothing, gives everything. The walking continues, the breathing continues, the darkness continues. All of it the same, all of it peaceful. All of it held in the grove's endless quiet. His body moves without him. The feet walk. The breath breathes. The staff taps. All of it happening on its own. Natural. Automatic. Simple. Time has stopped. Or never existed. Either way, there is only this moment. This eternal moment. This moment without edges, without end. Just this, the path continues. He follows. One step, another, slow, heavy, peaceful, The same movement, over and over. The rhythm of peace. His awareness is almost gone. Just the faintest sense of being, of existing, of walking. Almost nothing now. Almost not there at all. The darkness behind his eyes goes on forever. Endless, deep, soft. He rests in this darkness. Is this darkness? All the same, all peaceful, all complete. The walking continues, will always continue, has always been continuing. One step, another, another. The same, always the same, will always be the same. His breathing is the softest whisper. In, out, barely moving air. Barely there. Barely there. But still there. Still peaceful. Still holding him. The darkness is total, complete, deep. There is nothing but darkness. And in this darkness, in this walking, in this breathing, there is peace. Deep peace. Complete peace. His body is so heavy, each step taking all his strength, but not difficult, just heavy. The weight of being, the weight of existing, the weight of peace. The path continues. He follows. The darkness continues. He is part of it. The breathing continues. He breathes. All of it together. All of it one thing. His feet move. One step. Another. Another. Heavy. Pressing down into soft earth. The earth holding. Supporting. Patient. The staff taps. The breath moves. The body walks. All of it the same rhythm. All of it together. All of it peace. Time is not here. Thought is not here. There is only this. This darkness. This walking. This breathing. This being. His awareness is almost nothing. The smallest point. The dimmest light. Almost gone. Almost not there. The darkness holds him. The path guides him. The grove surrounds him. And he walks, breathes, exists. Nothing more needed. Nothing more possible. Just this. This walking. This breathing. This darkness. This peace. Deep, complete, total, soft, dark, still, still, heavy, slow, walking, breathing, being, here, now, always, peace. Merlin walks. The darkness walks with him, both together, both the same. Both peaceful. His feet move. One step, another, another. Slow, heavy, steady. The same movement. Over and over. Endless. The path beneath his feet is very soft now. Like walking on moss. Like walking on clouds. Each step sinking. Being held. Supported by softness, by darkness, by peace. He breathes in, out, the same rhythm, the same slow movement of air, his body breathing itself, no thought needed, no effort required, just breathing, simple, natural, easy. His staff taps, so softly now, barely a sound, just a whisper against soft earth. Tap, tap, the rhythm continuing. will always continue, has always been continuing. The darkness is complete, total. There is nothing but darkness now. No shapes, no shadows, no difference between here and there. All darkness the same, all peaceful, all holding him gently. His body is very heavy, each step taking all his strength. Not difficult, just heavy, the weight of him pressing down, down into the soft earth, the earth receiving, holding, patient. Time does not exist here, never existed. There is only this step, this breath, this darkness, this moment that has no beginning, no end, just is. His awareness is almost gone. The smallest point, the faintest light, barely there, just enough to know he is walking, enough to feel his breath, nothing more, almost nothing at all. The breathing continues, in, out, so slow, each breath taking forever, the air moving through him like water, slow, gentle, peaceful, the same rhythm, always the same. The path continues. He follows. One step, another. His feet know the way. His body knows the rhythm. His breath knows the peace. The darkness behind his closed eyes is the same as the darkness around him. No difference, no separation. All darkness one thing, all peaceful, all complete. His staff taps, his feet step, his breath moves, all of it together, all of it one rhythm, one piece. Tap, breathe, tap, breathe. The trees around him are silent, still, their presence quiet, patient. They stand as they have always stood, will always stand, watching, holding space the way trees do. His body moves without him. The walking happens, the breathing happens, the being happens, all of it natural, automatic, simple, no thought needed, no effort required. The darkness holds him completely, surrounds him, fills him. He is held the way the earth holds seeds, deep, safe, warm. The darkness asks nothing, gives everything. Time has stopped, or never started. Either way, there is only this moment, this eternal moment, this moment without edges, without walls, just this. His breathing is barely there, the softest whisper. In, out, almost imperceptible, almost nothing, but still there, still peaceful, still the same. The walking continues, will always continue. One step, another, heavy, his feet pressing into soft earth, the earth holding, supporting, unchanging. His awareness grows smaller, dimmer, fainter, like a star disappearing, slowly, gently, the light going out, almost gone, just the faintest glow, almost nothing. The path continues downward, very gently, almost level, but not quite. His feet adjust, continue walking, slow, heavy, steady, the same rhythm. always the same. The darkness is everything. There is nothing but darkness. And in this darkness, in this walking, in this breathing, there is peace, deep peace, complete peace. His staff taps, so softly, barely there, just a small sound, a quiet rhythm, a heartbeat in darkness. Tap, tap, over and over, endless. The breathing continues, in, out, and out. The body knows what to do, breathes without thinking, without trying, just breathing, simple, natural, peaceful. His body is so heavy, like stone, like the earth itself. Each step an effort, not hard, just effort. The lifting, the placing, the moving forward, slow, heavy, simple. Time does not touch him, does not reach him. He is outside time, beyond time, in a place where only this moment exists. This step, this breath, this darkness. The path continues. He follows. One step, another. The same movement, the same rhythm. Slow, steady, peaceful. His feet knowing the way. His awareness is almost nothing. The smallest point, the dimmest light almost gone. Just the faintest sense of being, of existing, of walking, almost not there. The darkness behind his eyes goes on forever, in all directions. No edges, no walls, no end. Just darkness, endless darkness, peaceful darkness. The walking continues, the breathing continues, the darkness continues, all of it together, all of it the same, all of it peace. His staff taps, his feet step, his breath moves, all of it one thing, one rhythm, one piece, the same, always the same, will always be the same. The trees stand silent, still, patient. They have always been here, will always be here, watching, holding the way trees do, ancient, solid, unchanging. His body moves without thought. The feet walk. The breath breathes. The staff taps. All of it happening. All of it natural. All of it simple. The darkness holds him. Completely. Totally. Gently. He is held. The way night holds sleep. Deep. Safe. Complete. The darkness asks nothing. Gives everything. Time is not here. Space is not here. There is only this darkness, this walking, this breathing, this being, all of it one thing, all of it peace. His breathing is almost imperceptible, the gentlest movement, in, out, in, barely moving, barely there, but still there, still peaceful, still simple. The walking continues, will always continue. One step, another, another, heavy. The rhythm of peace, the rhythm of peace, the rhythm of being. His awareness is almost gone, just the faintest glow, the smallest knowing. Almost nothing now, almost not there at all. The path continues. He follows. The darkness continues. He is part of it. The breathing continues. He breathes. All of it together. All of it one. His feet move. One step. Another. Another. Pressing down into soft earth. The earth receiving, holding, supporting, patient, solid, unchanging. The staff taps. The breath moves. The body walks. All of it the same rhythm. All of it together. All of it peace. There is nothing but this. This darkness. This walking. This breathing. This moment. This peace. His body is heavy. His breath is soft. His awareness is dim. All of it together. All of it peaceful. All of it held. The walking continues. The breathing continues. The darkness continues. All of it the same. All of it peace. Deep, complete, total. Soft, dark, quiet, still, heavy, slow, walking, breathing, being, here, now, always, peace. Merlin walks, the darkness walks, both the same, both together, both peaceful. His feet move. One step, another, another, slow, heavy, steady, the same, always the same. The path is very soft beneath him, like walking on nothing, like floating, each step sinking, being held, supported by softness, by darkness, by the grove's endless peace. He breathes in, out, the same rhythm, the same slow movement, his body breathing itself, no thought, no effort, just breathing, simple, natural, peaceful. The staff taps, so softly, barely there, just a whisper, a small sound in vast darkness. Tap, tap, the rhythm continuing, will always continue. The darkness is everything. There is nothing but darkness. Soft darkness, warm darkness, complete darkness. He walks through it, is part of it, is held by it. His body is very heavy, each step taking all his strength, but not difficult, just heavy, the weight of being, the weight of existing, the weight of peace. Time does not exist, never existed. There is only this step, this breath, this darkness, this moment without beginning, without end, just this. His awareness is almost nothing, the smallest point, almost gone, just the faintest sense of walking, of breathing, of being, almost not there. The breathing continues, in, out, so slow, each breath forever, the air moving through him like sleep, slow, gentle, deep, the same rhythm, always the same. The path continues. He follows, one step, another, his feet knowing, his body knowing, his breath knowing, all of it knowing the way. The darkness behind his eyes is the same as the darkness around him. No difference. All darkness one. All peaceful. All holding him gently. His staff taps. His feet step. His breath moves. all together. One rhythm, one piece. Tap, breathe, tap, breathe. Endless, simple, simple, simple. Step, breathe. Endless, simple, breathe. The trees stand silent, still. They have always stood, will always stand. Patient, ancient, holding space, the way trees do. Quiet, solid, unchanging. His body moves without him. The walking happens. The breathing happens. The being happens. All natural, all automatic, all peaceful. The darkness holds him completely, surrounds him, fills him. He is held the way night holds stars. Deep, safe, complete. The darkness asks nothing, gives everything. There is only this moment, this eternal moment, this moment that has always been, that will always be. No edges, no walls, just this. His breathing is barely there, the softest whisper. In, out, almost imperceptible, almost nothing, but still there, still peaceful. The walking continues, will always continue. One step, another, another, heavy, his fate pressing into soft earth, the earth holding. His awareness is almost gone, just the faintest glow, almost nothing, almost not there, just barely being, barely knowing, almost nothing at all. The path levels now, very gently, almost flat. His feet feel no slope, just softness, just earth, just support, simple, natural, easy. The darkness is total, complete, deep. There is nothing but darkness. And in this darkness is peace, deep peace, complete peace, endless peace. His staff taps so softly, barely a sound, just a presence, a rhythm, a small heartbeat in vast darkness. Tap, tap, over and over. The breathing continues, in, out, and out. The body knowing, the breath knowing, no thought needed, no effort required, just breathing. His body is very heavy, like the earth itself. Each step an effort, not hard, just the effort of being, of moving, of existing, slow, heavy, simple. Time does not touch him, does not reach him. He is beyond time, outside time, in a place where only this moment exists. This step, this breath, the path continues. He follows. One step, another, another. The same movement, the same rhythm. Slow, steady, peaceful, always peaceful. His awareness is almost nothing, the smallest knowing, almost gone, just the faintest sense, almost not there, almost nothing. The darkness goes on forever, in all directions, no edges, no end, just darkness, peaceful darkness, holding darkness, complete darkness. The walking continues, the breathing continues, the darkness continues, all together, all the same, all peace. His staff taps, his feet step, his breath moves. One thing, one rhythm, one piece. The same, always the same. The trees are silent, patient. They stand as they have always stood, holding, watching, the way trees do. Ancient, still, unchanging. His body moves without thought. The feet walk. The breath breathes. The being is all natural, all simple, all peaceful. The darkness holds him completely, totally, gently. He is held the way sleep holds rest, deep, safe, complete. There is only this darkness, this walking, this breathing, this being, all one, all peace. His breathing is almost imperceptible, the gentlest movement, in, out, barely moving, barely there, but still peaceful. The walking continues, one step, another, heavy, slow, steady, the rhythm of peace, the rhythm of darkness. His awareness is almost gone, just the faintest glow, almost nothing, almost not there. The path continues. He follows. The darkness continues. He is part of it. The breathing continues. He breathes. His feet move, one step, another, pressing down. The earth receiving, holding, supporting. The staff taps. The breath moves. The body walks. All the same rhythm. All together. All peace. There is nothing but this darkness, this walking, this breathing, this peace. His body heavy. His breath soft. His awareness dim, all together, all peaceful, all held. The walking continues. The breathing continues. The darkness continues. All the same, all peace, deep, complete, soft, dark, still, all the same, all peace. Deep, complete, heavy, slow, walking, breathing, being, here, now, always, held, safe, complete, rest, peace, total, complete, peace.